Well, well, okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome. I will now call this meeting back to order at 6:03. Bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva para las Escuelas. I will now call this meeting back to order at 6:03. Bienvenidos. Am I good to go? Okay. Bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva para las Escuelas de la Valle de Pajaro. We have translation in Spanish. If you need the support, please see Leticia Centenaro right over here. Tenemos traducción en español. Si necesitas de este servicio, por favor, pasa con Leticia. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed and recorded. If you would like to speak to an item on the agenda, please complete a speaker card and submit it to Evidenteria down here on this end before that item is discussed. I would also like to take a moment to welcome everyone. It is great to see so many new faces. Before we begin, I'd like to go over a few ground rules. We recognize that there may be differing and even strong opinions shared tonight. We ask that everyone show respect to those speaking, just as you would expect when it is your turn to speak. This ensures that all voices are heard and that the board can carry out its work effectively. I will now move us on to 3.2, our Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask Trustee Navarro to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much. And now I will move us on to item 3.3, our superintendent comments. Dr. Heather Contreras, our superintendent of schools, will make a few comments.
Good evening. I would like to take a moment to welcome our new CBO, Mr. Gerardo Castillo, sitting right here. Take you to seat. We're very thrilled to have him. Today is his first day, and he is breaking in his first day by being here at our board meeting. Welcome. I have said that I would use my superintendent's comments to share data and student outcome data. I wanted to report on our attendance data today. As of today, our attendance rate has been 93%, which is 1% higher from this day last year. And in this day last year, we were 2% higher from the previous year. So we continue to have increased attendance. So I want to thank all of our principals and all of our teachers, and especially our teachers, because we know that our students come to school when there's positive relationships in the classroom and when they're excited to learn. So thank you for making a great learning environment. October 13th will be our second all-in day. Our all-in days are days where we are trying to break a record in the state of California by having 98% attendance on one single day. So we're aiming for that. We tried one in September. We had a couple of schools get 98%, but we did not get the whole district there. So we're doing some really great activities on October 13th. We have so many fun things planned for students, and we're looking forward to seeing if we could hit that 98%.
Thank you. Now I will bring us to the governing board comments. This is report on standing committees. This is the opportunity for each board member to make a few comments, and we will start with Trustee Turley. Thank you. Trustee Carrasco? No problem. Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
Good evening, everybody, and thank you. Just a few comments. There's been some concern about availability to meet with constituency, and I'd like to remind everybody that since my death threat, I have been very cautious about who I meet with. So please email me, and I do respond. If you email me the day of a board meeting, I do apologize. I will not be able to respond or read, as I do have a full-time job before I come here. But I do my best to respond in a timely manner. There will be opportunities to meet with me during town halls and upcoming events as we gather vision and values of the community. So those dates will be soon announced. I want to express my dismay or concern around what feels like to me the withholding of information that is important for children and students to know and understand so that they can have agency around decisions that they make. And I'm specifically speaking about understanding about pesticides and how they harm them. So I want to better understand and hopefully get some answers as to why that information is being withheld. Recently, there's been an increase in the use of the N-word across sites within the county. And I'd like to announce that I am working with the NAACP and will be working with the County Office of Education to form a task force. There is a zero tolerance policy countywide. However, it's tolerated. So there needs to be some accountability. And so there'll be more to come with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Student Trustee Salinas Holtz.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to try to keep this short because I took a while last meeting. But I wanted to start off by congratulating PV for their new Black Box Theater. And unfortunately, I was not able to attend the event earlier, but I think some of my, I guess you'd say, colleagues did. So yesterday, the Inter High Council met, which is the group of ASB students who meet with me before board meetings to give updates and discuss the board agenda. So there were 4 schools in attendance yesterday: Watsonville High, Pajaro Valley High, Renaissance High, and New School, who each had exciting news to share about the past and upcoming events that are happening at schools. Watsonville had their second home game last weekend, which was jungle-themed and students dressed out in camo clothes. With homecoming coming even closer, Watsonville High is preparing for their homecoming, which is themed a haunted homecoming this year, and features the homecoming parade, homecoming rally, homecoming game, and homecoming dance. Similarly, PV is focusing on homecoming, which is next week for them, and the theme is Night in Vegas. They also have upped the game with their sports teams and have themed out volleyball games and football games. Aptos High was not at the meeting, but that was because they are prepping for their homecoming, which is this Friday. And New School is having a Hispanic Heritage Spirit Week coming up. I know there's a lot of homecoming. Lastly, Renaissance is hosting pizza social events for students with good attendance and are working on attendance recovery programs after school. They also have gotten together a volleyball team, which played against New School recently. And now I wanted to mention a few more updates on things that I've done since the previous meeting. The week after last board meeting, I had my first meeting with the Student Advisory Council, which is a group of about 40 students that work on district policies, and Dr. Contreras meets with us. And, sorry, I lost my spot. Oh, we discussed the homework policy last meeting, and it was very successful, and we got lots of good feedback from students. Then at Watsonville High, we have had a pretty busy past month with, as mentioned, home football games and also some new clubs, which I am lucky to be a part of and would like to mention. First off, we just started a new student advocacy group at Watsonville High, which includes both me and Vicente Guillen Martinez, who some of you may know as the student trustee for the Santa Cruz County School Board. And in the past 2 weeks, we have partnered with the Mental Health Club, which is also new, to advocate for student mental health resources, and now we are trying to bring back Flex Period on Thursdays, which was recently changed to advisory. Speaking of the Mental Health Club, which is also new, I'm happy to say that the students at Watsonville High have taken a big initiative in mental health awareness, and we had an assembly regarding suicide awareness 2 weeks ago. To wrap things up, I want to thank Mr. Raul Abio and Ms. Daisy Nunez, who lead the Watsonville Ivy League project, which I'm fortunate enough to be a part of. And that is a group that we fundraised year-round for a trip to visit the Ivy League schools in the East Coast, and we just got back last week, so I want to thank both of them. And finally, I want to say in advance, I'm sorry that I will be leaving this meeting a little earlier today because I actually just came from a cross-country race in Salinas, and I want to shout out my team. Our boys placed 3rd, and our girls placed 4th in their respective divisions. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to recognize a few things that are occurring in October. Hispanic Heritage Month, Filipino American History Month, Indigenous Peoples Day, Suicide Prevention Awareness. Today is also Yom Kippur, which we might have some folks missing today because it's a very holy day in that religion. October is also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And tonight was the ribbon cutting for the Monarch Services Transitional Home, which will serve as a safeguard for victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. It's also LGBTQ+ History Month. So there's a lot to celebrate, and I just wanted to acknowledge all of those groups. Lastly, I spent this afternoon at Pajaro Valley High, seeing their new Black Box Theater, which was incredible how they worked together to get that space that now will seat about 130 to 150 people. They're working on the lights and a new stage, and the students were very excited to show us their performances, acting, the band, folklorico, dance. It was really an amazing experience. There was a lot of community leaders there, members from the district and the news and students. So hats off to that for all their creative thinking and getting that going while we get them a performance art center that they've needed for a long time. And then I also attended the PV High and Aptos High football games and got to see their mini cheerleaders who had been practicing with the varsity cheerleaders all week. And so that was adorable. I have videos if anybody's interested. So I just wanted to say that this is a great start to the school year, and thanks to all the students and the site administrators for helping coordinate all these events. Thank you.
Thank you. And for me, I just want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. Since our last board meeting, I've had the opportunity to attend several meetings, including our agenda setting committee and our implementation planning committee, which you will hear more about later tonight. I also was honored to participate on a panel that focused on expanding opportunities for students to engage with our community and work towards earning their seal of civic engagement. And then earlier today, I also was able to attend the ribbon cutting ceremony at PV High for their new Black Box Theater. It was an amazing show of talent, and I want to thank everyone who made that possible. And it's going to be a nice temporary solution till we can get them their state-of-the-art performing arts center. And with that, I'm excited to see more productions come out of PV High, and thank you again for being here tonight. I will now move us on to item 4.1, the approval of our agenda. Do we have any public speakers to this item? Trustee Navarro?
We do have one.
Okay, 4.1.
Bill Beecher. Mr. Beecher.
Good evening. Because this agenda includes that no presentation be allowed, I recommend that you approve this agenda, provided the stipulation be removed and changed to no PowerPoints. Mr. Lozano and I spoke before the meeting and reached an accord on what was really needed here. And because PowerPoints can create a security issue for the system, IT system for the district, I have no problem with limiting this to no PowerPoint. So if you would change the wording, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That motion passes 5002. Thank you. I now move on to item 5.1, the approval of our September 10th, 2025 board meeting minutes. Are there any speakers to this item?
There is not.
Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you. I have a first. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5002. And now that brings us to our report and action out of closed session. Do we have any items to report out of closed session?
We do not.
We do not. Okay, seeing none, we're moving along quickly tonight. That now brings us to item 7.1, our public comments. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on matters that are not listed on tonight's agenda. While the Brown Act prevents the board from discussing or taking action on non-agendized items, please know that we are listening and value your input. Do we have any public comments tonight?
We do. I'm going to try calling you up around 5, 6 at a time. First with the students, Javier and Angel. Ricardo Martinez. Valeria Marquez. Crystal Martinez. Frank Wolsted? Sorry. And Edwin Padilla Garcia.
My name is Javier. I go to PV High. This is my communication device. It helps me speak. Hi. It is for Boy Scouts.
Do you know where it goes?
Goodbye.
Introduce yourself. Your name. What's your name?
Angel. Angel.
Make it talk.
Hi.
Are you shy?
I go to school at Watsonville High. This is my communication device. IT helps me speak.
You want to say bye? Yeah. Okay, just say bye. Goodbye. Yeah?
Goodbye.
Good evening, board. I'm a student at Pajaro Valley, and first off, I'd like to really thank Trustee Flynn.
Please announce your name.
I'm Ricardo Martinez.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd really like to thank Trustee Flynn for starting this meeting by giving attention to this really important issue that the district has, for lack of a better word, silenced a very important information that's being given to students. I believe at every other district, my good colleague, Omar, I don't know where he's at, but Omar was allowed to speak about pesticides being sprayed around schools at every other district except ours. And I believe at my school, Pajaro Valley, he went through a lot of hoops and hurdles to try and get it done. They fingerprinted him, they did all these sorts of checks, and he even invited Driscoll's as like a way to make the presentation fair and balanced by giving both perspectives, which is in line with district policy, and he still was not allowed to speak. So I'd really like to thank you, Flynn, for bringing attention to this, because I do think there's just no reason for this kind of information to be withheld from students when it very specifically is about them. This is a matter of public safety. We are being spraying these things around children, like around a 2-mile radius of our schools. For lack of a better word, it's just censorship, and I think that kind of, with withholding this kind of information is detrimental to the education of our students. We are meant to educate the students, not take it away. So, last words, the community is watching, so Godspeed.
Buenas noches, Presidenta Olivia Flores, Superintendente Doctora Heather Contreras y Mesa Directiva. Me llamo Valeria Márquez, soy estudiante de último año en la preparatoria Watsonville y soy la presidenta del Club Hope. Esta noche me acompañan otros miembros de nuestro club. El Club Hope, guiado por nuestra mentora, la consejera Daisy Núñez, es un espacio...
¿Vas a decirlo también en inglés?
English back here.
Yeah, ok, está bien, gracias.
El Club Hope, guiado por nuestra mentora, la consejera Daisy Núñez, es un espacio de apoyo para jóvenes que están enfrentando el duelo. Nuestro club es un espacio para convivir y crear comunidad al enfrentar los retos de la vida. Compartimos amabilidad, esperanza y nos aseguramos de que nadie se sienta solo, ya que la sanación y el crecimiento son fáciles cuando lo hacemos juntos. En estos últimos meses, nuestra comunidad escolar ha enfrentado 3 lamentables pérdidas de estudiantes. En el Club Hope hemos aprendido que la conexión puede ser un puente hacia la sanación. Por eso, la compasión y la esperanza nos ayudan a enfrentar el duelo. Estamos colaborando con Jóvenes Sanos de United Way y Hospice del Condado de Santa Cruz para organizar 2 vigilias comunitarias. Les hacemos una honorable invitación a todos y si quisieran pueden traer una foto de sus seres queridos a cada uno de estos eventos. En colaboración con Jóvenes Sanos tendremos nuestra primera vigilia el viernes 10 de octubre a las 5 p.m. en el Parque Romo, enfrente de la placita. La segunda será el 22 de octubre a las 5:30 p.m. en la iglesia de San Patricio junto con Hospice del Condado de Santa Cruz. Estas vigilias son una oportunidad para honrar la vida de quienes hemos perdido y mantener vivo su recuerdo. Esperamos verlos todos allí. Muchas gracias.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. No. Good evening, Board President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and Board of Trustees. My name is Crystal Martinez. I am a senior at Watsonville High School and the Secretary of Hope Club. Joining me tonight are fellow members of our club. Hope Club, guided by our mentor, Ms. Nunez, is a supportive space for grieving youth and students seeking connection. It's a place to encourage one another, building community, and stand together through life's challenges. We spread kindness, share hope, and make sure no one feels alone because healing and growing are easier when we do it together. Over the past few months, our community has faced the heartbreaking loss of 3 students. In Hope Club, we've learned that connection can be a bridge to healing, that we are responding to grief with unity, compassion, and hope. We're partnering with Jóvenes Sanos and United Way and Hospice of Santa Cruz County to host 2 upcoming community vigils. We are honored that you could join us. At each event, you are encouraged to bring a photo of a loved one. The first vigil is a collaboration with Jóvenes Sanos and will take place Friday, October 10th at 5 p.m. in Romo Park in front of our downtown plaza. Our second vigil will take place on October 22nd at 5:30 p.m. at St. Patrick's Church in collaboration with Hospice of Santa Cruz County and St. Patrick's Church. These gatherings give us a chance to celebrate the lives of those we've lost, carry their legacy forward, and remind ourselves that their love and spirit continue to live in our hearts. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see you there, and everybody who is watching attend our event. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I ask for a repeat of the dates? I believe you said October 10th and October 22nd?
Yes, October 10th at 5 p.m. at Romo Park.
Okay.
And then October 22nd at 5:30 at St. Patrick's Church.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He struggles sometimes to speak. Okay?
I think I just had to take out of water. All right.
Do you want to wait?
Good, so.
Do you want to come back?
Sure.
If you would prefer not to use the microphone, that's okay too.
He wants to come back.
Okay, you can come back, and you don't need to use the microphone if you don't want to.
Good evening. My name is Frank Wolsfeld. I live in Aptos. I have 2 kids that went through the Aptos schools. My objective tonight here is to see the farms that are next to schools be switched from conventional farms that use, well, actually, I want to talk specifically about the pesticide issue, specifically about pesticide 1,3-D. And my objective is to have the farms that are next to schools be switched from conventional farms that use 1,3-D to organic farms that don't use it. The primary duty of the school board is to protect the health and safety of the children and the staff, and children are uniquely vulnerable to this toxic pesticide, which is a carcinogen The Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment is the state agency responsible for scientific evaluation of the health risks posed by pesticides. And it has set the safe harbor level for 1,3-D to 0.04 parts per billion. This agency's role is strictly to protect human health. However, the daily average that's measured of 1,3-D at Ohlone School is 0.09 parts per billion. This is more than double what the safe harbor level is. Farmers are not held to follow the 0.04 parts per billion safe harbor level standard. They only need to comply with the level set by the Department of Pesticide Regulation. And the role of the Department of Pesticide Regulation is to balance agricultural interests with public health. But in 2022, they decided to increase the acceptable exposure level of 1,3-D to 0.56 parts per billion, which is 14 times higher than the safe harbor levels already set. So why did they change this? Well, the Department of Pesticide Regulation ended up just following the recommendation from Dow Chemical scientists. And Dow Chemical is a company that makes and sells 1,3-D. So the Department of Pesticide Regulation it's funded in large part through the fees, taxes it collects on pesticide sales. So the more pesticides that are sold, the more money that comes into the agency. This creates a conflict of interest, clearly. And so by adopting the 0.04 safe harbor level, the district sends a clear message that children's health comes before agricultural profits and pressure. Thank you.
Next, we have Bill Beecher, Aaron Johnson, Chris Webb, Eileen Shea, Providence, and Lindsay Kent.
Good evening again. 7-1 is a chance for the district and the school board to hear from the public about issues that the public believes are important. The Brown Act allows the public to address the board either orally or in writing. There is no restraint on how this can be presented. For persons who are mute, this may be the only avenue for them to address the board, like with a slideshow. When the public brings issues to the board, they expect a response. The board and superintendent need to know if these issues are supported by facts. If they are not, then those issues can be dismissed. So they can ask for clarification, which they're allowed to do, on whether the contents are factual or not. I suggest if there is substance to the public's input, then at a later meeting, these concerns can be commented on. The Brown Act restriction to no comment at the time is meant for at the time. If you are listening, what about the student disruptions in the classrooms? What about the closing of schools? What about the reduction of teachers and professional classified staff added after COVID? Where's the Measure M list of spending? Are you listening? You need to be able to respond so that people know you are listening. You talk about we're listening, show it. Thank you.
Good evening, board. I just want to speak a blessing over you and over the night. For all those observing Yom Kippur today, I want to wish you an easy fast. Father, thank you for this day to rejoice and be glad in. Thank you for this country where we, the people, can make our voices heard at a school board meeting, where we can elect the trustees we want to represent us. It is a gift and it is a privilege much of the world does not enjoy. Thank you for all of their hard work and sacrifice. It is much. Protect them, God. Bless our students. Thank you that you love the youth and they are precious to you. Would you help them to learn, to be excited about learning, going to school? Would you help their teachers to encourage their natural giftings and challenge them to grow in healthy ways? Would you strengthen every teacher to show up every day and serve our kids with excellence? And would you give them wisdom to run their classrooms in a way that pleases you? Command your angels concerning our schools, God, our students, our teachers, to keep them safe every day. And you say when we commit our ways to you, that you will establish our work and make our paths straight. So I do that tonight, Father. Would you lead and guide the discussion? Would you convict hearts to do the right thing, no matter how challenging? May peace reign in this room tonight. Jesus, in your beautiful name. Amen.
Good evening. I've played rugby since I was a sophomore in high school, and I've been a part of 5 different rugby clubs, and there's a specific position I like to play, and most coaches don't immediately place me there, and I have to typically earn my place over time. And I really wanted to make this comment earlier in the year, but I couldn't speak on 8.1, so I'm making it now. The reason I bring this all up is because there's been a lot of displacements, which means like members are being put into a new place. And the hardest years I ever had in this district were where a colleague didn't follow this principle of paying one's dues and earning their place based on merit. And the admin at the time at the site and at the district level, I felt like kind of contribute to this by kind of playing favorites and enabling like this hostile environment that comes when you don't let people earn on merit. And then you start like subverting known roles. So I just wanted to say that, like, as we move into the new year, that, you know, I would hope PVFT members don't play into that type of thing. You know, even if it means losing undue privilege, equity and due process, those are the way. And hopefully this concern is a thing of the past. Also, I want to reflect on Trustee Turley. Some of your comments earlier this summer, you expressed unease around the SRO vote. I thank you for that expression. I was a little dismayed by what I was seeing that night. I think the board got it wrong on the core issue, but then also what bothered me was the comments that were coming from the community. They reminded me of things that were said about Kilmar Obrego, how so quickly the government makes a mistake and then they backtrack and then they want to later cast the person as gang related or something. And people were making noises like that night. And I think I want to renew my call from years ago. Give us a 9/11 commission style report on that incident. Tell us, was there really a gang factor or not? Until I get that, I'm going to basically think that it's basically due to the way PBIS was implemented at school that degraded the systems and led that to happen. Please let us know. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Contreras. My name is Eileen Shea, and I'm Adaptive Physical Education Specialist in this district. I'm here tonight to express my deep concern about the lack of support for our special education students. We have only 4 program specialists for nearly 3,000 students. Our psychologists are not fully staffed, and our nurses are overworked. As an adaptive physical education specialist, I serve 7 schools with a caseload cap of 45 students. This year, 2 adaptive PE teachers retired, and the district hired only 1 replacement, who is still working on his credential. That leaves us 1 position short. As a result, 4 out of 5 of us are already over our caseload caps. Our contract states that the district will make its best efforts not to exceed caps, and only occasionally would this happen. Instead, the district knowingly entered this year with caseloads over the limit. That is not best efforts, that is disregard. Special education has been gutted. With no directors, no TOSAs, and only 4 program specialists, new teachers are unsupported and classrooms are becoming chaotic. These are our most vulnerable students, and we are federally mandated to serve them. Right now, we are doing them a disservice. I urge you to take immediate action to restore the support structures our students and staff so desperately need. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Kent. I'm a speech therapist with the district for the last 12 years. We would like to share with you guys about PVUSD's Assistive Technology and Augmented Alternative Communication Program. Assistive technology, equipment, and services are evidence-based intervention that are required by law in order to provide access to communication and education for individuals with disabilities. We currently serve 200 students across 30 schools, 2 of which you got to meet tonight. And we are working with teachers, families, specialists towards our shared goals of every student having access to their education and the fundamental right to communication regardless of their disability. Our resource lab is a place where our team and educators can access our lending library, highly specialized equipment, and expensive equipment, which is made to create individualized supports that are used daily by students and teachers across the district. Last week, with only 3 days' notice, we were told that our lab would be dismantled. Materials are now going to be split between a classroom at Duncan Holbert, shared by 4 other specialists, and a storage room in the back of the district office, which is shared with adult education. This move effectively eliminates our state-of-the-art assistive technology lab. We will no longer have a collective place for creating materials or an accessible lending library. The time and resources of our team, all who visit multiple sites daily, will be wasted as we no longer have quick, organized access to materials and a workspace. If these resources are scattered or stored in shared spaces, we risk damage or loss of specialized equipment, valued at well over $100,000, all of which, or most of which, was purchased with specialized grant funding from the state and is dedicated towards students with rare disabilities. We kindly ask for your support in locating a suitable location for our lab to be reassembled. There are many empty classrooms across the district that would allow our team to have our materials and our space and our lab once again so that we can restore our ability to provide timely, effective, and legally required supports to students, staff, and families. Thank you for consideration of this matter and your continued commitment to equity and access for all students. I don't know if we're allowed to give it to you, but we do have a flyer about what we do.
Next up, Shannon McCord, Bobby Pels, Carolyn West, Yesenia Jimenez, Bobby Beal, Omar Diegues, and Wendy Rehenek. Sorry. Or Woody. Sorry.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras, President Flores, and trustees. My name is Dr. Shannon McCord, and I'm a program specialist with 35 years of experience in the district. I am here to express deep concern about recent cuts to special education services in our district. These reductions harm students with disabilities, place additional strain on educators, and jeopardize the district's compliance with federal law. By law, every child with a disability is entitled to a free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. Courts have already ruled that budget constraints cannot be used to deny services outlined in an IEP. Cuts that reduce staffing or eliminate supports risk putting the district out of compliance with the IDEA, exposing us to corrective action, loss of federal funding, or costly legal challenges. Meeting the needs of students with disabilities is not only a legal obligation, but also a moral and fiscally responsible investment that benefits all students and families in our community. I strongly urge the board to reconsider recent cuts, including the reduction of all 3 program directors in the Special Services Department, 1 program specialist, 1 TOSA who had been supporting special education teachers, 3 school nurses, more than 2 behaviorists, 1 school psychologist, and 1 adaptive PE specialist, and seek alternative fiscal solutions. Thank you for your attention to this urgent matter.
Hi, my name is Yesenia Jimenez. I grew up in the school district. So did all my siblings, and now all my nieces and nephews go to PVUSD schools, and I work with students at PV High. I'm here to talk about how Omar is being censored in terms of his pesticide talk, and how he's been allowed to give that talk at other school districts. So I started to wonder, why exactly is this one putting up so many barriers? And you guys say it's controversial, but so much of the science backs that these chemicals are harmful. Someone literally just pointed out how these producers can pay for the limits to be raised because they have the money to do so. Driscoll's has been invited to present their side of the story, and of course they won't do it because they know that they're poisoning our community. So if the producers have the people who set the limits in the back of their pockets. I'm wondering, does Driscoll somehow have PVUSD in the back of their pockets? How much money have they donated to our school programs? I'm sure they have in the past because some of that information is publicly available. And I'm wondering, why would calling for organic farms near to schools be taken as such an attack by them when they are spraying next to schools? That is facts. And if so, and they really do want to move in good faith, us calling that out should not lead to them stopping donating money. Because if they do stop donating money because we call that out, that means that they're only donating money to silence us and to keep us and keep y'all in the back of their pocket. If they continue to give, then it means they actually care about our community, which I don't think that they do. They would stop spraying near kids. I also, let me see, anything else? No, I think that's all I have written down, but thank you.
Greetings, trustees, board president, Superintendent Contreras, and everyone here and everyone watching at home. My name is Carolyn West. I'm the nurse that comes and talks all the time. My coworkers would come, and my fellow nurses, except for they're very tired, and I'll explain why. I don't have a formally prepared statement because I've been sick. I was out Monday, but I didn't want to take any more time because we have no subs. I don't want to place a burden on my fellow nurses, my health assistants, or my schools in general. This is not a request for pity. This is a fact. It's not contagious, not work-related, just so you know. This month, I have 3 mandated vision and hearing screenings within 1 week. This will include about 1,000 students total, going over 5 different grades at 3 different schools. I have, I counted them up, like 29 assessments that I'm aware of at this point. I say aware of because the nurses don't always get invited immediately, even though we're supposed to be there. Since there's been a push for inclusion in the schools, which I think is awesome, there's been a shift of assessments. We've also had a higher rate of autism and ADHD diagnoses, and sometimes both of them together, which is, I guess, now called ADHD. So there's more assessments. Although ADHD is a medical diagnosis and autism isn't necessarily, a lot of kids with autism have secondary health conditions like seizures and food allergies and things like that. This doesn't include set meetings. This doesn't include tier 2 and 3. This doesn't include department meetings, staffing, any of those other ones. I've expressed concern before that only half of our nurses have a clear credential, so we may be losing some of our nurses who decide not to continue. Please take this into consideration. Thank you.
Good evening, Bobby Pell, Watsonville High. I'm here tonight angry and frustrated because once again I have to stand before district leadership and plead with them to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. Recently I invited Omar Dieguez, who just ended a month-long hunger strike against pesticides near our schools, to come speak to my students. That fast has ended, but the dangers he sacrificed for are not over. Pesticides are still being sprayed next to our campuses, and pediatric cancer rates in Santa Cruz County remain 38% higher than the California average. My students and their families live with those risks every single day. And yet, instead of supporting their right to learn from someone who put his life on the line for them, this district blocked him. And when I ask for reasons why, I don't get any. That isn't neutrality, that's censorship. Cesar Chavez, during his own hunger strike, he wrote, "Our lives are really all that belong to us. So it is how we use our lives that determines what kind of people we are. It is my deepest belief that only by giving our lives do we find life." Omar had the courage to give his body, to give his strength, and to give his life, to call attention to the harms that our kids are living with every day. And this district can't even give him the opportunity to speak his truth. I ask you tonight, where is your courage? Because my students deserve truth, not silence. They deserve leaders who act with courage, not fear. And until this board finds that courage, I'm going to keep coming back. Let him speak. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is, sorry. Let me start over. Good evening. My name is Bobby Bell, and I'm with Pajaro Valley Girls Softball League. We've been playing on the softball fields located at Rolling Hills since my grandfather, Ed Bell, helped work to have them built. The fields have not had any major work done to them in over 20 years. Rolling Hills Middle School needs a lot of work done. It serves an underserved population, and many of the facilities need to be updated. The track is no longer recognizable as a track. The soccer field is full of gopher holes, and the softball fields are in disrepair. I spoke with the principal, and she told me they are working towards getting funding from Measure M to upgrade many of them, such as the gym and locker rooms. I cannot stress enough how much the school needs and deserves to have its issues addressed. I would like to focus on the softball fields tonight, though, which I am worried will be overlooked while addressing many of the other concerns that the school has. The softball fields at Rolling Hills serve the community, not just the school. In addition to being where Pajaro Valley Girls Softball plays, the Pajaro Valley Education Foundation also uses the fields for an annual fundraiser. Just as the students of Rolling Hills deserves to be provided with well-built and maintained facilities, the young ladies of Watsonville deserve to have a place to play one of the only sports that truly belongs to them. If the fields become unplayable, many of the young ladies in Watsonville will not have the opportunity to play softball at all. The next closest league is the Cabrillo Crushers, who play in Santa Cruz, a distance that many of our community will not be able to commute to for their children's after-school activities. Every year, Pajaro Valley Girls Softball hosts the Ed Bell Memorial Strawberry Jam Softball Tournament. It is a travel ball tournament that brings in anywhere from 49 to 54 teams each year for the weekend that it is hosted. Each team will normally have no less than 12 girls on the team who are accompanied by their families to come play in the tournament. While they're here, they stay in our local hotels and eat at our local restaurants. While I was talking to one coach during the last Strawberry Jam we held, she said she looks forward to this every year, as many do. Oh, darn. Because it's a great place to say goodbye. I go on to talk about the safety, well, I was supposed to anyways, but I'll just end with, I humbly request that the board consider the importance and state of the fields when distributing Measure M funds to Rolling Hills. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Woody Rehannick. I'm a member of Safe Ag, Safe Schools and the core of the Campaign for Organic and Regenerative Agriculture. Both SAS and CORE have been supportive of Omar Dieguez's hunger strike, urging Driscoll's, Giant, and other distributors to have their contract growers go organic by homes and schools. In Bay Village, we live adjacent to 70 acres of conventional chemical berry fields, which border the back fences of 75 homes. Spray drift from these fields can directly impact over 1,000 seniors, as well as residents of Vista Montana, children and staff at Ansoldo School, and people enjoying Franich Park. Living 2 blocks from pesticide-laced berry fields for 2 decades has piqued my interest in research tools. One of them is the newly created California People and Pesticides Explorer, which maps out pesticide use in California by county, township, section, and school district from 2017 to 2022. Here is what I found. In 2022, more than 2 million pounds of pesticides were applied in the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. 2 million pounds. 393,000 pounds were the fumigant 1,3-D, which was mentioned before, a carcinogen and toxic air contaminant banned in 40 countries. Why are we putting this by schools? 1 million pounds of the fumigant chloropicrin, a toxic air contaminant and tear gas used to fumigate homes, were applied often in combination with 1,3-D. No wonder Omar Dieguez is standing up against these pesticide applications and urging us to go to organic. I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, everybody here today. My name is Providence, and I'm an activist and also representing Cora. And I'm also standing by my colleague Omar Dieguez. We both did the hunger strike, but of course my body couldn't wait for the 30 days, so I had to stop. My doctor made me stop at the 18th day, but I couldn't eat until like the 23rd day. After I had not eaten for so many days, my body took a toll, so I couldn't eat after that, even if I tried. So just recently, a couple of days ago, did I bite my first burrito, so it was exciting, and it was an experience that doesn't compare to anything else that I've done, but it was well worth it, because what these kids, these farmers, families are going through is a lot worse than that. And what's taken from them is nothing compared to my burrito. These kids their future is taken away from them. Their lives are stolen from them, and their dreams are shattered. Instead of coming here and living a better life and seeking a better, everything, it's all stolen. Everything gets taken away because they don't even know about these pesticides that are being sprayed around where they're working. They have no knowledge about all this stuff that's happening. People have lost their stomachs because they had cancer. People are born without ears. They're born without buttholes. They're born with so many different deformities. It's really sad when you meet these families and you actually get to know these kids, and they don't have that bright future that everybody else does, and the opportunities that they're supposed to have by being here and working and living the American dream. That gets stolen from all of them, the parents and the kids. And my time is almost up, but I just want to tell everybody here in the public that the power of knowledge, by staying informed and educated, and by being active and by supporting the local organizations that are against this, that's the power. We have the power. And if we don't use it, then we're never going to change anything. So stay active, stay engaged, and be proactive about what affects us the most, because this affects everybody. It doesn't just affect the farmers. It affects everybody. If they spray in one area of Watsonville, the 7 square mileage area that it covers for one spray, every single time they spray in Watsonville, the entire town is getting affected.
Thank
the
you.
entire town, okay?
Thank
so
you.
Everybody needs to understand that. We are being sprayed more than 50
Thank
times
you,
a day.
Providence.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you start my timer, I want everybody to imagine a classroom right now. And I'm going to give you a quick rundown on what my presentation looks like in 2 minutes. I come into the classroom and I introduce myself as Omar Dieguez, and I ask for permission to burn some sage to introduce our ancestors and any child that has died to pesticides in the past, any uncle, grandmother. And if you look at every single seat that's empty in this place right now, that seat represents a child that's died to pesticides. It represents a grandfather, a father that's died to pesticides. So we invite them into this space to have this conversation. And then I tell the kids a little bit about my past and where I came from and how I grew up in Watsonville and how I know about pesticides. And then I share with them the map that you seen earlier. And I talk about the map, how the fields near our schools are all being sprayed with pesticides. And then I share a picture of pesticides being sprayed. And I ask them, what do you see in the picture? And they see the clouds of pesticides just drifting away into our community near our schools. And then I ask them, what do you think happens when those farm workers are working in the fields and they're picking all day? They're getting contaminated by their clothes. And who's the first person that goes home when they go home from a hard day's work and hugs them? It's their babies, their kids that run up to them to give them a hug. And I explained to them about the harms of a hunger strike and the sacrifice that I was willing to make for the students to have a better future. And I encourage them to come up and to earn their civic seal of engagement for the diploma. I don't think any of what I just told you is controversial. I talk about the harms of pesticides. The only thing that I think is controversial is that Pajaro Valley Unified School District doesn't allow us to share this information with our students, and that's controversial.
Last up, we have Kathleen Kilpatrick, Edelmira, and Marilyn Garrett.
Kathleen Kilpatrick, retired PVUSD school nurse. 30 years ago in Washington State, I worked on a research project on organophosphate exposure of children of pesticide applicators in the orchards of Wenatchee Valley. After graduating as a nurse practitioner, I did volunteer work in my community on strategies to reduce pesticide exposure of children and their families. We moved to Watsonville in 1999. Woody got a job in special ed. I had the prospect of a school nurse job, but once hired, my boss told me, "Don't talk about pesticides. The growers run things here." Sorry. In my 17 years as a school nurse in the district, I had plenty to do. Kids with vision and hearing problems, infections, asthma, cancer, kidney disease, all issues with educational impacts. But teachers also worried about kids who struggled to learn, couldn't sit still, couldn't control their impulses, made it hard for other students to learn. They wanted those kids referred for special education, but even in the special ed classrooms, those problems continued. We have more kids in special ed now than ever before. Learning and behavior problems can have multiple causes. Many of our students and their families face unusual amounts of stress. Fear of pesticide effects should not be one of them. There are excellent studies that show association between learning disabilities, behavior problems, IQ loss, also asthma and cancer, related to children's pesticide exposure and to the exposure of their mothers during pregnancy. Social justice and environmental justice go hand in hand. There's plenty of evidence our ag communities are disproportionately affected. Is it controversial to talk about these things? Are we back to the old days of being muzzled? Driscoll's doesn't want to share a platform with Omar, yet Omar is being denied a platform anyway. How just is that? By the way, 2017 to 2022, just the most toxic pesticides within the boundaries of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, over 10 million pounds.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Edelmira Castañeda, soy la mamá de Javier Murillo y vengo a apoyar.
¿Podemos traer a alguien que puede traducción para usted? Gracias.
Mi nombre es, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Edelmira Castañeda.
Good afternoon, my name is Mira Castañeda.
Soy la mamá de Javier Murillo.
I'm Javier Murillo's mom.
Y vengo a apoyar, le ha servido mucho el device para hablar y vengo a apoyar para que a soportar a los nuestros que me puse nerviosa.
Está bien. He's been using a device to speak, which has been very useful, and I come in support for. ¿A quién apoyar? ¿A quién apoyar? ¿Quién va a apoyar? For the Department of Communication.
Y nos ha ayudado mucho porque también tenemos entrenamiento para los padres y a mí me ha servido mucho y a mi hijo también porque al caso de una emergencia si se me sale pues ahí ya trae su advisor.
They have helped us a lot. They offer trainings, and it's been very useful for parents and kids.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Marilyn Garrett, retired teacher, and the tremors I have, my healthcare provider attributes to pesticide exposure while teaching here in Watsonville at a Mesty school where the pesticides would drip from the field over the playground, and I would have to take the classroom children in off the playground. Why are pesticide corporations allowed to poison us? Shouldn't their charters be revoked to do business? It's egregious harm. It's outrageous. Why do they have more rights than our rights to health? And when we don't have right to health, we basically have no rights. Furthermore, I was part of the lawsuit to ban DDT pesticide, a carcinogenic pesticide, in 1969. All of us mothers, farm worker mothers, I was living in Berkeley, had DDT in our breast milk. We are all poisoned, and it needs to stop. And I'm urging you to stop another source of poison from the battery storage sites that are proposed. The Moss Landing fire on January 16 emitted over 100 toxic chemicals all over the area, and there are proposed sites near 2 schools in the district. Aptos High, and I want is one of them. The other's by Minto Road near the school where I worked. That was, Mesty. I taught at 2 schools. I urge you to use the letter from the Central Water District attorneys to stop these proposed sites as unacceptable risks, they said, to the health and safety of our community, our water district, the school. And this says draft letter, but it was sent to the supervisor. And I urge your legal counsel to use this as a template to stop this. Thank you.
Thank you. See no other public comments at the time. We will now move on.
My name is Providence, and I wanted to bring awareness of what's happening by Watsonville High School, the parking on the street, that they now have lit up signs that says that staff parking is on Maple Street, and that's where my family lives. And my aunt wanted to come, but she's unfortunately working, and all of the ladies that live around her, they all want to come to one of the meetings, but because they can't, because they're working, they wanted me to mention it to you guys. They said that the staff at Watsonville High School, they need to stop being lazy.
Thank you, Providence. You can let them know that we can provide our emails for you, and they are more than welcome to email us. Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Flores?
Okay. Yes, Trustee Medina.
No, you're happy to see me. Would it be I have a few just follow-up questions which could be asked, right? According to the Brown Act Government Code subscript 5495.2a, it says no action or substantive discussion may occur on items not on the agenda, but trustees may briefly respond to public statements, ask clarifying questions, request staff to report back, or request that an item be placed on a future agenda. I'm wondering if I'm permitted to do that.
Sure. Are you going to need a substantial amount of time, or should we give you a 2-minute timer? I'm not.
You can give me a 2-minute timer, that's fine. Yeah, so I'd like to request that the board receive more detailed follow-up in our communication or on a future agenda regarding several concerns that we just heard about. So first, we need a clear explanation and potentially an investigation into why Omar Dieguez was blocked from speaking at our schools. Second, I'd like more information on why the assistive technology program is losing its space and some high-tech equipment that future students may need. And I would ask that any move be paused until alternate spaces are identified and that we do not sell any equipment. And then finally, I'd like an update on we need a clear outline. I hear a lot about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and I think we kind of need an outline of what those tiers are so we have a better sense of that, so we could get that. Yeah, so we need a clear outline of tier 1, tier 2, and 3 responsibilities so trustees in the community understand them, because I'm hearing a lot of it, but I don't know what we should be holding the district accountable to. And then finally, I'd like an update on the Rolling Hills Field project under Measure M. I'm not sure who your trustee is, but I hope they really get on that. So I'm requesting these be brought back in writing or as an agenda item so the board and public have clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now move us on to item 8, our employee organization comments. Now is the time that we hear from our employee organizations. Each will have 5 minutes, and we will start with PVFT.
Is this on? All right, greetings. Thank you to the board for letting me speak. I'll just get this one out of the way right now that the Dodgers are in the playoffs. They're playing right now. I have it on my phone in front of me. If at any point tonight you see me suddenly frustrated or happy, it's probably because of the game. Probably. We literally just took the lead, so come on. And it's been such a busy last few weeks, and I do want to be able to use this time to highlight the positives, but unfortunately, we do have so many areas that we need to work through, and I'm going to bring a few of those up today during my comments. During the power outage at Aptos High School, the communication from the district to the union and to the community just was not good enough. As your labor partner, we have to be included early and often in these types of emergency situations. Decisions such as keeping a school open during a power outage or closing it should be made involving us. That power outage was about a 5 to 6 day power outage, and I really wasn't included in conversations until Tuesday after we had already gone 2 days without power. So in the future, those situations need to be handled differently, and we need to have a chain of communication where people in the district office know that it is okay to call the union and give us a heads up in these types of situations, because a lot of the miscommunications could have been eliminated had we just been on the same page from the get. Despite the PVFT now filing a Step 2 grievance regarding the district's restructuring of workloads for our program specialists, nurses, psychologists, and counselors, the district still has taken no action to remedy that situation. They're just sitting back and absorbing declining enrollment by closing these positions while our staff and our students suffer. One example is how the district is handling the vacancy of the PV Elevate counseling position. Instead of trying to fill that position because it's a known need and we budgeted for it going into this year, the district is pushing all of that work onto our counselors at the other high schools without negotiating those impacts with us. That is the district's common MO to how they handle challenges, is they just find somebody else that they can put that work onto, and they make no effort to actually fill the position and address the need. The money is there. Lakeview Middle School, Pajaro Middle School, and Rolling Hills Middle School still only have one counselor, and the district has done absolutely nothing to remedy the workload challenges or act to get the students the support they deserve by having 2 counselors at our middle schools. We need to fill these positions with the money that we do have now as we negotiate the impacts of declining enrollment and work towards a solution together. We have to work towards the solution together, but we also have to meet the needs of our students and our staff who are here right now. We can't just put that workload onto other people and expect them not to get burned out and leave, because that's what will happen. We're going to be organizing to be demanding safer working conditions where violent and unsafe student behaviors are addressed. We have some sites where the systems and structures to support these students who are having violent behavior, they're just not there. And the administrators and the district are not doing enough to document these incidents and keep the staff and students safe. People are coming home from school with bruises, bite marks, and they're coming home injured, and nothing is being done to address the situation. It gets swept under the rug. We're not even logging these things in Synergy. We should have a violent incident workplace log documenting these things, and when a student commits an act of violence against another student or a teacher, that needs to be handled swiftly so that the students understand what the boundaries are and the adults can come up with a plan to prevent these things from happening. We can't just have people coming home after getting beat up on all day long. I know I've already said a lot and there's more that I want to say, but I'm running out of time. But I do want to share that we've been so hard at work. Last week, we trained 45 of our site reps in their roles and responsibilities and what it means to be a site rep, bringing our total of trained representatives of our union to over 50. So we've been putting in that work to be able to organize at the site level. And that's what we're going to be doing. I did make it to PV High School today to see the opening of their Black Box Theater. I could come up with so many metaphors for how beautiful that was. And I think the word they shared was rescate, which meant making the best of what you have. It might be a little bit tacky. It might be tied together with zip ties, but you're making the best of what you have as you work forward to a brighter tomorrow. And we need to follow that example of our students. We need to work together to do the best that we can and meet the needs of these students now as we work together for a better future. Thank you. And let's go Dodgers.
I need to ask you permission.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so in regards to the one counselor per the sites that Brandon mentioned, I know that one of the things that we were waiting for is to get kind of settled and see what our enrollment was going to be. So I feel like we're probably there now, and can we expect some of those changes to happen in the near future?
I'm going to have our HR assistant, Sue, answer that, because I believe there's been conversations around that.
Okay, great.
Sorry? Shall I? Yes, we've been meeting regularly on Thursdays with PPFT to discuss options for counseling and how to mitigate the 1.0s that were just described by Mr. Denise.
Because typically it's my understanding there's usually 2 on site.
We've gone back and looked at the records over the last 10 years, and it varies actually considerably.
Is it depending on enrollment?
I haven't been able to see I haven't done a statistical analysis to say exactly the correlation between enrollment at that time versus where we are now, but I do know that it has fluctuated over the last 10 years with roughly 1.5 FTE at the middle school level heading into the years prior to COVID.
Okay. I just want to make sure that students and staff are being supported.
Of course.
This is a very, very, very strange and hard time for everybody.
I understand.
And so I'm curious when when we would get updated. Can I expect that at the next meeting? or sooner before by email? Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Trustee
Okay,
Flores.
Yeah. Yes, Trustee Medina?
Awesome. Yeah, so I am aware of the counselor shortage that we're having at Pajaro Middle School, and I know on September 11th at 12:26, I sent a email to the superintendent to see if we could fill that position quickly, because that's a really tough load. So I didn't get a direct response. I did get a bilingual counselor to PMS would be at the board decision, not an individual trustee decision. I can provide written communication on the wellness coach placements. I would just like a little bit more details to why we haven't filled that position. I think that would be great.
Okay, thank you. That's noted, and I'm sure that the superintendent will get that to you. Trustee Navarro?
Hi, Kit. So I know that the understanding right now is to try to get at 1.5 counselors per middle school at least. So that's.
If you have a question, you can go ahead and ask a clarifying question. They'll get us the answers later, but.
Yeah, so my clarifying question is, what progress are you making on?
Yeah, we can't discuss that further right now, but you can ask a clarifying question that they can get us the information for. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to move us on to 8.2. This is where we will hear from CSEA. Is there anyone here from CSEA? At the moment, we don't have comments on these items, but we are going to be discussing that at our next board agenda, our next agenda setting committee, to see if we're going to be making changes to that. So anyone here from CSEA, as well as PowerPoints? Okay, seeing none. CWA, hello, Mike.
Hi, President Flores. Hi, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Contreras, and Vice President Dr. Navarro. My name is Mike Floor. I'm here representing CWA, the national union that represents the substitutes here. First off, I want to offer a show of respect to Omar for his hunger strike. On behalf of CWA Local 9423 and the substitutes in this district, when I was waiting outside with my little furry buddy a couple meetings ago, he was walking out. We had a short conversation. He invited me to the function that Sunday. I went for about an hour and a half. I saw Trustee Flynn there during the dance part. It was too loud to have a conversation, but it was good to see you there. So I just wanted to start off by showing respect for Omar and what he did. I worked at Ohlone for 14 years almost every day, and when the pesticides were going, my eyes would burn, so it hits a little close to home. So again, I respect what you did, Omar. Now, getting into the business of CWA. There's three things that I kind of want to talk about. The first is the new substitute handbook. Claudia shared it with me last week. I read it thoroughly, all 50 pages of it. It's fantastic. So much work went into that. It's going to be wonderful to have that start to be exercised through. As we put together our proposal for the next negotiation round, some of the things that we're going to bring to the table are basically certain policies and practices that subs experience at the site that have some ambiguity and creates potential contention in the morning. I won't get into them specifically, but it's things like changing start times. What do you do if the job gets canceled at 6 in the morning? What do you do when you show up to a job and your assignment was changed? There's nothing written anywhere to formalize or memorialize these practices. So we are hoping to get some of those down and formalized and maybe part of the new sub handbook. I'm going to be meeting with HR next Tuesday to discuss that, and we're meeting with the bargaining team to put our sunshine together where we will articulate these things, and that's going to be the nature of our negotiations this year. I know all the subs would love to see the incentive sub program happen again. That'll probably be part of it as well. And another thing to clarify, PVFT has kind of brought this up. There is a clause in their contract where retired teachers who come back and substitute or work in the classroom receive a higher percentage of pay for the daily rate. I think that's fantastic, but it creates a unique dynamic because once a teacher retires, they're no longer necessarily a member of PVFT, and if they start substituting, they turn to us for support. So there's been a handful of substitutes that have turned to me as a steward to talk about they've never seen that pay rate. There's a sub pay rate for retired substitutes that's a little bit higher than the long-term rate for regular substitutes. But the main thing that's out of sync is for us to qualify for a full day, we have to work 3 hours and 45 minutes or more, the time listed on the job. For the retired teachers that sub, it's only 3.5 hours. So these are just things that I feel we need to get in sync with PVFT. I'm not sure what the formal protocol for that would be, but we'll probably be talking about that in our negotiations as well as things move forward over the next 6 months. Our 3-year contract isn't up, and we still have a half a year. So June 30th of next year of 2026, we'll be coming with a full-on new contract. But for now, the nature of our negotiations are really just going to be about policies and practices. We'd like to know the formal contract language to use in our sunshine. So I thought I'd bring that up. And what was one more thing I was going to talk about? I think that's pretty much it. Anyway, last meeting I missed because the board meetings for the local in San Jose are on Wednesdays. And sometimes they hit the same night as the board meetings here, and I'm obligated to be part of that. I'm an e-board member. My vote counts. I think everybody up there kind of understands the conflict that I might experience. So I apologize for not being here last week, and I'm glad that I was able to come tonight and share what I've shared. And look at that, the 5 minutes is perfectly up. So thank you very much, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you. And now I will move us
Trustee
on
Flores,
to...
point of order.
Yes?
Can you just clarify this for me? But under the Brown Act, the public has the right to address the board on agenda items before, during consideration. I know in previous meetings, speakers were permitted at that point. Is there a rationale or authority for why we're now restricting when the public can speak? And if there's any uncertainty, can we direct the question to our attorney for clarification?
Well, originally we had taken it away because it was not an item we were taking action on. So that was the reasoning that we used it. But we are going to be discussing this at our next agenda setting committee. We're getting advice from council, and we will possibly be bringing that back. But we will discuss that at our next agenda setting committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm bringing us to item 8.4, PAVAM. Do we have anyone from PAVAM?
Good evening, I'm Peggy Pugh. Thank you so much for having me here this evening. I want to say thank you to all of our administrators for their partnership and support for our students and families. It is absolutely the biggest joy of my career to be on our school campuses and to see our students, our teachers, our staff, and our administrators working in support of one another. So I know that sometimes at our meetings we hear some challenging things, but I do want to tell you the things that I see on our campuses every day are filled with joy, and it's all based in partnership. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I will now bring us to our public hearing items. We are going to start with 9.1, Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers Sunshine Proposal to Pajaro Valley Unified School District for Collective Bargaining Agreement Negotiations for the 2025 through 2028 school years. This report will be presented by Kit Bragg, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you, and good evening again. As indicated in the board item, this is an opportunity for public comment. This is a joint sunshine proposal from PVUSD and PVFT. We're heading into a full sunshine for contracts, so anything in the contract can be opened by either party. And so through our process of our weekly meetings, we came up with the joint list before you today as far as the articles and subsections that will be open through our sunshine proposal.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
Roddy Kirkman, and Marilyn Garrett.
Good evening. My name is Roddy Kirkman. I am the VP of Negotiations for PVFT Local 1936. And as we prepare to open negotiations for our master contract, I wanted to share a few things, especially since we have been hearing this narrative of deficit spending and the sky is falling for so long. So over the past 5 years, the revenue in the PVUSD budget has been underestimated by an average of $42 million. The unrestricted fund balance alone has been under budgeted by an average of $12 million. This is a surplus of revenue and expenditures each year. These are not one-time occurrences. This is a pattern over 5 years. At this same time, you have voted in June, and I guess we'll now vote again on item 10.8, that is reallocating $15,000 from a coaching stipend into a new salary schedule for the superintendent, into the base pay, adding step increases, and including a COLA. While we understand the need to compensate administration, there is something deeply wrong when that same budget failed to provide an on-salary increase for your teachers, the very people working with your students every day. A same year you voted for unnecessary layoffs. What message are you sending? This is telling our staff, our community, our teachers that money exists, but it's not being prioritized. You cannot continue to claim this narrative of fiscal responsibility while underinvesting in the people that make these schools function. The budget is a reflection of your values, and right now it's reflecting the wrong ones. It's time to realign your priorities and value the people that are doing the work every single day. Thank you.
Marilyn Garrett, were you going to speak on this item? Were you going to speak on this item?
I was a member of Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers when I taught in this district. I support everything that's been said by the union leadership. Earlier, I heard Brandon talk about we need safer working conditions, and I want to address a couple of items on that. The wireless microwave radiation from cell phones, cell towers, and all that is biologically harmful. I have too many. What's in my 6 pockets here? Here, let me get my glasses. It's a threat to public health and students' learning ability. Even though it's popular and you can do all these great programs with wireless technology, it's toxic, affects learning, has long and short-term health effects like causing cancer, learning disabilities, insomnia, irregular heartbeat, and it's like learning being put in a microwave oven. And I remember when those ovens came out and we were told, stand back. Now we're immersed in it. Barry Trower, who worked with the British Secret Service in the 60s and 70s, his expertise was microwave radiation weaponry. And he stated these are the same frequencies and power densities used by the military to debilitate those they considered the enemy. This is what's used in wireless technology. So it's a paradox. How could this be safe? I think it should be removed, replaced with wired Ethernet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will now bring it back to the board. Do we have any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I thank you, and I will now move on to item 9.2. This is a public hearing and approval of the public disclosure of the collective bargaining agreement between Pajaro Valley Unified School District and Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. This report will be presented by Douglas Crancer, our consultant.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Contreras, members of Cabinet, and audience. Tonight, I'm just going to go over the public disclosure regarding the MOU, which will be coming later in the agenda. So prior to any collective bargaining agreement, and that also includes MOUs, being presented and accepted by the board, public disclosure has to be presented in terms of encompassing the costs of such MOU. So illustrated in front of you is pretty much the summary page, and it's relating to the letters training where teachers are going to receive a $1,500 stipend for doing work and working on the letters program outside of work hours. And actually, that was one of the questions by the County Office of Ed saying, hey, is this going to be outside of work hours? And yes, it will be. So I at least have that in the minutes so I can show that back to the County Office of Education. So it's a 3-year program where the total cost for year 1 is about $3.6 million. The next year is $5 million, and then another $1.9. And this is all being paid out of restricted funds. It's a combination of Title I funding, educator effectiveness, emergency recovery block grant, and arts and music and instructional materials block grant. It's different from the art, it's not the Prop 21. It was the first block grant of one-time funds. So we're utilizing Title I carryover and other one-time funds for this one-time expenditure spanning over 3 years. And again, there's no impact to the unrestricted general fund. I guess would increase the minimum reserve for economic uncertainty, but all these costs would be coming out of the restricted portion of the general fund.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item? Roddy Kirkman.
Good evening again. So I want to speak to this letters training because, one, I'm not clear and would like some clarification on why this is being presented as a collective bargaining agreement when you have not yet voted to open our bargaining. Typically, we've approved an MOU through an action item, so that's one part. Anyways, as stated earlier, this MOU is being funded through restricted sources, which means that typically the district would not use those for a general salary increase. I want to acknowledge that the stipend being offering right now is a generous one, but that it's appropriate because this training demands a very significant amount of time outside of a teacher's contract day. This is not just a monthly PD. This is deep, time-consuming work that adds to the heavy workload teachers already have. But I also want to make sure that you understand this proposal did not come out of thin air. It happened because of the solidarity and advocacy of the teachers in this district who are being asked to do this work on top of their contract day. They organized, they stood together, they worked through the union leadership and brought the district to the table to negotiate the impacts this training would have on their time and workload. So this is a win for the work our teachers do. I want to acknowledge this as fair compensation, but I also want to acknowledge that the essential work teachers do every day within their contract day should also be equally valued. And since I have a few minutes, I just want to speak to something that came up earlier about the counselors. And yes, as Kit Bragg spoke to earlier, we do meet weekly with HR, and we do stand firm in our stance of 2 counselors at middle school sites. But PVFT has also been waiting on an update since September 11th. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'll bring it back to the board. Dr. Navarro, you had a question?
I just wanted to make a quick comment and say how exciting I am that this MOU happened, and I wanted to send a special thank you to all of our elementary teachers who signed up. I realize it's a lot of work, and I appreciate your commitment to that. I know that it's a value for most of us up here on the board when we went through our effective school board training, that reading literacy and improving reading scores was a big, important task that we wanted to tackle. So I appreciate the district bringing this in, and I appreciate all the teachers who are willing to do the training. So thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Medina?
Yes, hello. So few questions. So you said that the funding source is coming from multiple streams of funding, right?
Correct, sir.
And what's the exact amount that's coming out of the general fund for, and this is over 2 years, correct?
3 years.
3 years?
3 years.
Okay, cool. And what is the amount that's projected to come out of the general fund at the end of those 3 years?
When you say general, okay, so general fund, so we have the unrestricted portion of the general fund, so all of it's coming out of the general fund.
Yeah.
But you have the restricted portion of the general fund, and then you have unrestricted. So I'm thinking that you're asking the
unrestricted portion,
Okay, cool.
yeah.
So no, so once it's done, then no money will be coming out of the unrestricted general fund because it is a program. So once the program's done, so in a sense, it's a limited tenure.
So there's nothing coming out of the general fund. That's just what I want to get clarity on.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
If it was, it would have to be disclosed on in there, and you'll notice that there wasn't anything under the general fund.
Sweet, thank you. Another thing that I'm really curious about is our teachers are already overworked, burnt out. There's a lot on their plate. They're having to deal with students who are living in fear right now because of what's going on. And some of them are even a lifeline to those students. So I'm curious, even though, we're stating that they have to do this on their own time, are there any support systems that are going to be put in place in order to support those that are going through this?
I will have to defer that to district administration. I would not know that part. Thank you.
Trustee Medina, can you clarify what you mean a little bit more about supports outside of the school day?
Yeah, just like coaching, collaboration time, subs, because I know that they have to do a test like once a month in order to receive the stipend, correct?
It's not a test. They don't do a test. There's modules, like unit modules that they need to complete. So there are 4 days over the entire school year that they do get pulled out for subs. That's when the trainers from the company come out and do training. Outside of that, the rest of the work is done outside of their work time.
And that's what I'm curious about, so there's nothing buffered in place like, hey, can we, I know that I need to turn in this module and I really need support. Can we get a sub for them in that instance? Because I imagine that a few of them are going to be budgeting this $1,500, and I would hate for them not to receive that amount of money, even though they're putting in the work or didn't just make that one module.
So if they don't finish a certain level of work by the time the 1 month is over, they can continue working on it the following month and get caught up on that.
Okay.
So there is that flexibility. It's not like, oh, you didn't make it in 30 days. Oh, well.
No more.
No, that
Okay,
doesn't,
good.
no. So there is that built into the MOU. If you read in there, it does say that it allows for some wiggle room, but we can't provide them with a sub to work during the day because that's not outside their work hours.
Got it, okay.
It has to be done outside the work hours. That's why they're receiving the money.
Okay, sweet, thank you. And what was the other one? I think that, okay, so just to clarify, so if they don't meet the module 1, but they complete it the second month, module 1 and 2, then they would be getting $3K. Right, opposed to
Correct. They get, as long as they complete. Now, one of the things we did talk about at the table with PVFT is they have to get certain level of work done within a year, within that 10-month school year time, or 10 months out of the 12, essentially. What will tend to cause a hiccup is if they put off too many months, then they're not going to hit that mark. And because there's a combination of the work that they do on their own plus the sub days, they could fall really far behind if they go longer than 2-3 months.
It seems like really dense from what I was reading about it. Yeah.
Very much.
Okay, cool. And then, just for safety, if a teacher has an emergency or illness and misses a benchmark, is there any flexibility for them in that instance?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, again, going back, if they don't miss that, or if they miss that monthly benchmark, then they have an opportunity to make it up.
Okay, sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Trustee Carrasco?
My question was, is this available for the dependent charter schools like Watsonville Charter School of the Arts and Alianza?
with
We
the
actually
teachers?
have, I think she has 7 or 8 at Watsonville Charter that are participating. The site, for the charter pays for the registration, but because they are PVFT members, they do receive the stipend.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Flynn?
I had some questions about Grace as well, so you answered that. I guess a little bit deeper, if there's a family emergency and they're needing to take a leave of absence, can the program be paused for a certain amount of time? Like I get to pause my gym membership for a little while or something?
It can be paused up to a certain point. So once they initially start in the platform doing the work, that essentially starts the clock, the 2-year clock. So they have to get it completed within the 2 years, by the end of that 2 years. Otherwise, they don't get the certificate, and that's a deciding factor on the letters company side of the house, not ours. We aren't not in control of that.
And this is done on a voluntary basis?
Correct.
Are there certain qualifiers to even volunteer
There is.
that I
Do
may
we
have
want to
missed?
do this now, or do we want to go into, because that's like,
Is that a next? Okay.
because we're actually still going into the MOU.
Okay, because
Later?
we have two, I was
would
reading
be
through and I
willing-
wasn't
yes.
sure.
Yeah, it's
I
interesting.
wasn't sure
this
if
was
now
just
is
like
the time, or do I
funding-
talk about it the
yeah,
next
usually
one?
this part's like the funding section, and then
Okay.
it costs, and then you have
Okay.
the other agenda item for the
Okay.
MOU. But I mean, there's nothing to bar anybody, but it seems like I'm going a little bit ahead. But
Yeah, I had lots of questions because I saw that there were 2. Should I pause and wait? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, just to touch a little bit, this is the public hearing portion, and we will later be taking action on an MOU or.
so this is the public hearing, and then what I'm used to is that you hold a public hearing, and then the board votes on the public disclosure in terms of, approving the public disclosure, and then that goes back to the county office of education. Then later in the agenda, you actually have the MOU where the board would approve the actual, the MOU. on that
Okay,
one.
thank you.
And then there's one little point of contention, not contention, just item. So because of the timing, you'll notice that there's 2 columns. There's the settlement column, and then there's actually, if you can scroll down a little bit. So in order to make sure that a little bit more, keep on going. It's actually on page, I think the pages are on the top, 4A. Okay, so there's a small amount out of the unrestricted general fund, but it has nothing to do related to this MOU. What happens is there was an earlier AB 1200 disclosure regarding the CWA that was presented earlier. So in order to make sure that all costs are captured, we had to, it's highly recommended that you put that cost in there as well, so you can see the end picture. So you don't want to piecemeal it saying, oh, well, this AB 1200 had this dollar amount, and this AB 1200 had this dollar amount. So we merge it together since the starting point is as of the unaudited actuals, which was presented 9/10. But of course, the unaudited actuals didn't have the amount in the CWA. So then we had to put that in there, other revisions, so the board and community can see the total end effect after it. So again, you'll see that, but it's not part of this.
Thank you. And I just wanted to also say, this is a huge win for our students, because this is going to do amazing things for their literacy. Trustee Medina?
Can you say that again, but explain it to me as if I am a middle school student?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So there was a prior agreement regarding the CWA. So and that was not part of the unaudited.
And can you, I know we love acronyms up in here. Can you say out the acronyms?
No, I don't. I know it as CWA. What is this? It's the other union. I don't know what the CW.
The CWA is our substitute workers union.
Thank you, that one. So thank you. There was a public disclosure and an agreement with that union. So I didn't want to omit that cost because that cost was not part in the first column. So in order to make sure that all costs are associated, so you can see the before and after, we had to put that cost in there under column 3, which are other revisions. So in order, because what we don't want to do is we don't want to say, okay, at the end result, our fund balance is X, and then surprise the board and community saying, oh, it's actually Y because I never told you, this was on another document. So it was just to include all the pieces of the puzzle, since that cost was not part of the unaudited actuals or the corresponding budget. So it's just really just to include all the costs in one document, so you don't have to look for other documents and do any subtraction or addition and whatnot.
Okay, sweet, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you, great question.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, I thank you, and we'll see you again later, I'm sure.
It requires an action, like to hold a public hearing and then action to approve it on this one.
We've never taken action during a public hearing item. It's not 10.2, Memorandum of Understanding, MOU reached between PVFT. Oh, I know, but I'm just saying, is the action taking part at 10.2? Yeah, we're not taking action right now. This was just the public hearing part, yes.
Okay.
Okay, we'll call you back up soon. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our public hearing portion. We will now move on to our action items, and we will start with item 10.1, accept sunshine proposal from Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers to Pajaro Valley Unified School District for the 2025 through 2028 school years. This report will be presented by Kit Bragg, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Indeed, excuse me, and as was just shared, this is the bookend to the previous conversation we had where you can approve the sunshine per our recommendation jointly proposed for our negotiation cycle coming up this year. So I would ask for your approval.
Thank you. And do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do, Brandon Denise.
I wanted to speak about this item because negotiations are so incredibly important, and not just to give you guys an update about the Dodgers game, but we're looking forward to strengthening our collective bargaining agreement and improving our students' learning conditions. You'll see that in item 10.5 on tonight's agenda, that yet again we have reserves on top of our reserves, and so don't let the district convince you with that narrative that the sky is falling, because we have healthy reserves. And as Radhika previously mentioned, over the past 5 years, the district's always coming in over projected of what they tell us. So somehow, year after year after year, there's always more money than they tell you that there is. I can tell you that our team will be meeting outside of negotiations and will be professional and will be prepared. Hell, even last year, we were so prepared and organized that we would bring breakfast and coffee to our meetings to share. But too many of our meetings started with the district's team needing to have a caucus, and there were times when it felt like their team hadn't been discussing or meeting at all until they actually got to the table. So we would come with language ready to go, well-researched questions ready to go, and we felt there were too many times when the district showed up empty-handed. And so we're hoping that the district comes to these negotiations as prepared as our team is going to be going to these negotiations, because we've already started to work, and I hope you all at least have a team formed. To our members, know that you are all part of this team. So join a contract action team at your site and get involved in supporting the actions at the table, because while our negotiation team may be small, we are only as mighty as our members. So we're looking forward to engaging with all of our members during these negotiations and really having y'all support us at the table, because our students can't afford for the district to continue to make cuts on their backs. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now bring this back to the board. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second? Thank you. And do we have any discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, I will take a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 6-0-0-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we are on item 10.2. This is a memorandum of understanding reached between Pajaro Valley Unified School District and Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers regarding our letters training stipend. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Indeed, and as was discussed, we kind of already got into this a little bit with the first portion of the disclosure, but what I bring before you today in the MOU is the specific background about letters, which Claudia touched on briefly already, and then specifically the outline of compensation within the stipend structure that was reached through this MOU. And within that, you can see in the report, teachers participating in the letters training will be eligible to receive a stipend of $1,500 per month for up to 10 months each school year based on monthly completion benchmarks as defined by the letters training schedule and expectations. The maximum annual stipend per participant is $15,000 per year over the 2-year training period, total of $30,000. Stipends are contingent upon verified monthly completion of letters, training modules, and activities. Monthly completion is determined by the early literacy coordinator and assistant superintendent of curriculum instruction based on documentation or progress reports from the letters platform. And as we shared previously, we arrived at this jointly with our PVFT partners, and as you move through the MOU and the information provided to the board, you have a more lengthy outline of the purpose, the background, the stipend structure, eligibility conditions, and so forth. And so what we are very much hoping for tonight from the board is approval of this MOU so that we can get started and move forward.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do. Bobby Pels.
Good evening again. I want to celebrate something important tonight. At 2 of our elementary schools, teachers were told to step away from their classrooms and to implement an unapproved pilot and to complete hours of letters training on their own time, on top of everything else already on their plates. But our teachers refused to accept that. They didn't stay silent. They didn't stand alone. They organized. They supported one another. And together they said, enough. They told administration to cancel the subs, and they won. Because of their action, the district backed down. And if you approve the MOU tonight, teachers will now have a choice to opt in if it supports them, but to opt out if they need their energy elsewhere. And they will get a monthly stipend for work outside of contract hours, which is what they deserve. Those teachers showed us the power of collective action. That is what solidarity looks like. That is what respect sounds like. And that is what happens when educators stand shoulder to shoulder and refuse to give in. To every teacher who's still listening tonight, if you are overwhelmed by workload, if you feel your classroom conditions are impossible, if you are tired of being disrespected, know this: you don't have to accept it. You are not alone. And you have a union that will stand with you every step of the way. I'm proud of those teachers for showing us and district leadership what courage really looks like. I'm inspired by their example, and I hope their action reminds us all. We don't change the future by accepting the way things are. We change it by demanding better. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that the only speaker for this item?
Yeah.
That's it, okay. I just want to start out the comments by thanking our teachers who are going to be volunteering to participate in this. And when Dr. Contreras first came into our district, two of the main things that I remember learning about was the SWAN math that they were doing over in Modesto, as well as this letters training. And she has been working relentlessly for the past year to get this going in our district. And I thank you for bringing this to our students. And I can't wait to see our numbers just go up and up. Do we have any? Yes, Trustee Flynn.
So you kind of segued into what you were talking about, outcomes. So obviously, there's, predicted improvement of outcomes, and that's really what we're here to do. So is there an estimate of what that's going to look like over the next couple of years? Because they're learning, the teachers who are doing the letters training are they implementing as they're going, or will we not see this till 2 years from now?
The letters training, what it teaches teachers is the science of reading. And so as teachers learn the different modules of letters training, what they're learning is how the human brain learns to read, and how it actually, the human brain at any age cracks the code of reading. And so as teachers start learning that, immediately they begin able to implement and see and diagnose what's happening with their students in front of them. And so what happens is it becomes very exciting, because you suddenly have the tools that you need as a teacher to really help your students. And so it's almost immediate results with your students, and having those tools to see how to help them. So the results start happening pretty quickly, actually.
And we have one cohort starting with how many teachers again?
We have we have several teachers throughout the district. We have 12 who started implementation last year. There were coaches and administrators and some teachers. And then we have 2 schools who are participating. And then with the board's approval, after this evening, those who would like to volunteer and begin implementation will be able to do that.
And is it all K-12
This is for our elementary teachers.
that's
However, I do want to note that letters training is actually beneficial to any practitioner in the classroom, and it is actually really helpful for administrators as well.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that was my main question. Thank you.
Trustee Navarro? Trustee Medina?
Sweet. Yeah, I'm really excited. We're going to put some more money in y'all's pocket. That's what I like to hear. So a question that I had, and I don't know if I read this wrong, but in there it said opt-outs permanently banned from future cohorts. And I'm just curious if that's something that we're going to be enforcing.
So the MOU is actually covering the cohort that started last year. They're in year 2. It's covering the cohorts that will be starting this year and the ones that start next year. So we have enough space to get everybody in between last year, this year, and next year. So the MOU is only covering those 3. So we can't guarantee another year's cohort after next school year, like a start of a new cohort. So that's why it's either you get in on one of these, including the ones for next year, or we can't guarantee it.
But if the opportunity comes up in the future where we can provide this, those people who did opt out, would they still be able to opt in?
We would do another MOU to bring them in.
All right, sweet. Yeah, I was like, dang, that is harsh. Okay.
It's just because we can't guarantee past that.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. One thing that I'm very curious about is how are you going to assess how the training improves literacy outcomes for the students? Like, what are some metrics that you're going to be kind of engaging with the teachers to make sure that, they have a full understanding with this very, very, very dense material?
So one of the big metrics that we use assessment-wise is the DIBELS and the Lectura assessment.
Okay.
That's the universal screener piece. There are also, for example, at 2 of the schools, we're using 95% group materials, and so those are actually very aligned with letters instruction, and there are assessments that are built in. So whichever program they're using, there's assessments that are built in, the formatives along the way, because really we're looking at how students are performing ultimately. In terms of the actual, is my practice changing in the classroom? Bless you, Joy. Is the practice in the classroom changing? That's where the PLC conversations come in terms of how are we making those adjustments based on the data that we're getting, and then to create that better student outcome.
Got it, sweet. And then did I have a final one? No, I think that was it. Thank you.
Trustee Turley?
Dr. Contreras, I thought I heard you say that
only teachers at 2 schools are able to participate, is that correct?
No, it's open to all elementary schools. I think Trustee Flynn asked who was currently participating prior to the MOU being approved, hopefully, tonight.
Trustee Navarro.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Probably Claudia, you'll be the one to answer. So first of all, what data is going to be collected and at what intervals? Are we doing a before and after with certain cohorts? Are we comparing classrooms that are doing this training to classrooms that aren't doing this training? At what intervals, and when can we start seeing some information on that?
So as I mentioned before, it would be DIBELS. DIBELS and lectura would be one of the big measurements that we would use. We do those 3 times a year. We actually just finished one round, so data will be coming your way, and then you'll be able, that's kind of the pre. And then we'll have mid-year and end-of-year data on those particular ones. There are assessments within the programs that teachers are using that will help give growth data along the way for our students, formative, like what are they getting, what are they not getting. And then, okay, it was a long question, Misty. Can you ask me again?
Sorry.
I'm like trying to catch up with you.
No, I was asking if, what data we're getting with the before and after implementation of this training and comparing classrooms where this training is happening versus classrooms where the training isn't happening.
And yes, when we do our analysis of the data, that is one of the things that we will be looking at along with student demographic data as well. So examining it by our subgroups. Yeah.
And then is there a mechanism within this program that can more easily identify students with reading learning disabilities?
That's built in as part of the training.
Okay. And then is there an opportunity by either the teachers for the facilitators for this program or the site administrators to observe teachers that are doing this training to give feedback on how it's being implemented?
We have a lot of administrators that are actually getting trained as well. There's an administrator strand that they can take, and which helps them work with their teachers and what they should be looking for and then giving feedback. We have some that are taking the admin one and some that are actually doing the teacher one with their teachers. So there is that opportunity with our early literacy coordinator and the administrator, as well as our director for humanities, to be able to go in, because they're going through, Dr. DeVargas has already gone through all of this stuff, but our director for humanities, he's actually done the administrator one and he's currently in the teacher one. So he's doing both so that they can help be there with the site admin, both the AC and the principal, to be able to do those walkthroughs and give feedback.
And then my last question, is there an opportunity for the board members to get more information about the specifics of this training?
Mm-hmm. We can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
So how much space or how many different openings are there? There's a lot of sites that I saw the list of that are eligible, but not in, we can't do this with everyone, so.
Not in 1 year, you're right. That's why we have it spaced out. So right now we have, like Dr. Contreras said before, we had about 12 or 13 folks that were in, PVFT members that were in the first cohort. And they're currently in their year 2. And we have about 108 that are eligible to participate based on the list of schools that were set to start this year. So we're prioritizing them in terms of getting it. And I was waiting for the vote and everything for tonight before I start emailing everybody. So they'll get an email later tonight saying, hey, I need you to confirm, because if not, we're going to open up a spot for somebody else.
Okay.
So there's that. And then we can actually take, I can't remember the exact calculation, but we can take more this year.
Was there an application process?
So what they will be receiving is through our PD platform KickUp, they'll get, after they get the email from me letting them know, like, hey, you guys are eligible to be in this cohort, then they'll get our current group, they'll get an email from Kickup saying, hey, we need you to confirm in the system that you're going to stay in the current cohort. Based on how many spots, and I've already had people emailing me since in the last week, hi, I want in. So I'm keeping track of that because I know sometimes it's hard to, come back and find the way. So anyways, then once we get that group set, then we'll be sending out another email to the rest of the elementary school teachers saying we can take this many more in this cohort, and then the rest of you we can start in the fall.
Is there any prioritization for sites that have lower reading levels?
Well, they're kind of all low right now.
Yeah, I know. I saw that in the
Yes,
in the
yes,
next
and
thing.
so if you look at the sites that we have on the list so far, most of those sites are on there due to the fact that they do have the lower scores. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion from the board? Trustee Medina?
I'm trying to find loopholes for teachers. So, since teachers are doing this training outside their contracted hours, and if the new strategies are later required in the curriculum, will there be a dedicated time built in and compensation provided for teachers to update their course material with those new strategies that they learned?
To update their course material, well, the materials will have to be like the materials that we use for instruction, but this isn't actually the program that they're teaching, it's the how. So right now, we have a couple schools that are going to be doing 95%. We've got a couple schools doing some other programs, but it's still the same skills with letters. So
So there wouldn't need to be like big updates to what they're already teaching?
no.
Okay.
No, because it's the letters programming, not the program, it's the letters training itself. We would, as a district, we have to update our materials, and we get CDE notifications when materials have been updated, like there's going to be a new one coming out for language arts soon.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. And then I think I had a final one. No, I lost it. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I need to keep this meeting going, so I am going to.
One last question, real quick.
Go ahead.
The teachers that are already in the cohort, are they getting the stipend retrospectively?
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, so we had a first and a second, so I'm going to go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That motion passes 6-0-0-1. Thank you so much. Okay, and I'm now going to introduce Mr. Lozano from Lozano & Smith, who is going to explain these next 6 items. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and our honorable board members. The next 6 items, items 10.3 through 10.8 on the agenda tonight, for you to consider, take public comment, and take action, are being brought back to you based on a demand to cure and correct an alleged Brown Act violation and a lawsuit that was subsequently filed. These items I want to mention have been considered at a regular board meeting previously, but they're being brought back to tonight's regular board meeting for reconsideration and discussion and action. When we reviewed the allegations in the demand to cure and correct and the lawsuit that was filed, there may have been some inadvertent procedural errors that could be construed as violations of the Brown Act. The district has determined that many of those, or we have determined that many of those allegations are incorrect, but there may be some validity to a few of those allegations. So out of an abundance of caution, these 6 items are being brought tonight for action, reconsideration, public comment. Not necessarily in that order. Okay. In taking these actions, we want to be clear that we're not admitting that there has been a violation, but we are putting the district in a better position to defend against any allegations that there was a Brown Act violation and to minimize the district's exposure. So I'd like to stress that items 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, 10.6, 10.7, and 10.8 are exactly the same as those items that were considered, presented, discussed, debated, and acted upon at board meetings either on June 11th and/or June 25. They are precisely the same items. So as you proceed through them, there are a couple items that I will address, but the LCAP is exactly the same LCAP you approved back in, you held a public hearing on June 11th and approved it on June 25th. It's no changes. And the same is true as to the local area plan, service plan. The same is true there, and the same is true as to each of the other subsequent items. So with that, I'll let you proceed to item 10.3 for consideration and public comment and discussion and action.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to item 10.3, final approval of our 2025-26 Local Control Accountability Plan. This report will be presented by Christy McLean, our Director of Equity, State, and Federal Programs.
And Ms. McLean is unable to be with us tonight, so I'll bring it forward. Good evening, President Flores, Dr. Contreras, and members of the board. This item is being presented for final adoption. The Local Control Accountability Plan is designed to be a planning and accountability tool for us, the district, and is directly tied to local control funding formula. We ask for your approval.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public speakers to this item? 10.3. Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion? And we have the,
I'll make a motion to approve.
Hold on, Trustee Flynn is working on it.
To the extent that the actions were not valid at the original meetings, I move to approve item, it just disappeared, 10.3, with such action relating back to the original date of the board consideration and action.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion from the board before I take a vote? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 6-0-0-1. Thank you. I will now take us to item 10.4, Special Education Local Plan Area Annual Service Plan and Budget Plan. This report will be presented by Heather Gorman or Michael Berman. Thank you.
Good evening again. I bring forward item 10.4, Special Education Local Plan Area Annual Service Plan and Budget Plan once again for your approval, please.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to 10.4?
We do. Mr. Bill Beecher, Brandon Denise, Marilyn Garrett, and Chris Webb.
Good evening. I believe that this program was a failure and you should not approve the budget. You need a better program. At the board meeting on June 11th, you gave a presentation. I asked, where was the data? There has been no data. So I'm here to give you data. Less than 8% of our special needs students meet the state standards in English language and 5% in math. The students' academic performance declines as they progress through their grades, so by the time they get to high school, they're down at 1 or 2%. Over the last 10 years, our performance has dropped over 40% in both English language and math. You have these charts in front of you. Here's what it looks like. It's abysmal. Over a seventh of our students are in this program. They are doomed to one of the worst programs in the state. The state and the County Office of Education do twice as well as us. Scotts Valley does 3 times better than us. And this shows you how we line up against others. The district decided over 15 years ago not to go with the County Office of Education and to go it alone. It was a mistake. This is not a monolithic issue. There are subgroups: autistic spectrum, physical disabilities with sight and sound, attention deficit, behavioral, and students who are just not smart. We need separate programs for each group. Many of the behavioral programs are problems in the classrooms that parents and teachers have brought to this board because we put these students into normal classrooms. We need a different approach, and the board needs to demand it. Why approve a budget for a program that is a failure? Demand more. Why not let COA do it? Why not find out what Scotts Valley is doing? Reject the budget. Do not reward poor performance. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Okay, one thing I would point out, Scotts Valley, as far as I know, I don't feel that they have the same exposure to pesticides that we do have here in our district. And I feel that in order to really confront the increased number of special ed designations in our district, we should take a serious approach to confronting the pesticide pollution exposure that our district faces, which is outside of our control. And I would suggest that we do that by lobbying and arranging for a tax on, at the bare minimum, taxing the application of pesticides that are in our vicinity. And since last meeting, I understand that the water company here has notified customers about chromium-6 levels. PVSD sent out a similar message with respect to many schools, Renaissance included. And it seemed to me that the sites that were named by PVSD are indeed those that you will see on the maps of different people here. And anyone who's been watching the pesticide issue, you've seen the areas, you know the schools, it's the same. So as such, I would just want to say that with the testing that happened at Renaissance in 23-24, due to mismanagement, site district level, I wasn't there to oversee it. I don't know which exact sources were tested. I would say we should test again. Make sure it's room 2, my old room, and then also the RO drinking fountain. And when we visited that day, Dr. Navarro, the filter was expired, at least on the main light. And that's another thing, like a basic thing that I feel like all admin should be on top of, like especially now, especially in the circumstances, we should all have good filters. Also, we might consider testing district-wide, at least at the sites that the district communicated about, just to make sure we're making the most efficient use of our Measure M spending. And then also, like putting on my grievance officer hat, I did hear different teachers complain about academic freedom related to pesticides. And I inquired about the official protocols, didn't really hear back, and I consider that kind of damning. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Marilyn or Brandon?
So many children are in special education. Pesticides is a huge factor, and we need environments that are safe and healthy and not toxified by microwave radiation, pesticides. And I want to bring in another area here. Vaccines and what they do. And this, I'm going to give you a one-page thing by Paula Orloff, retired community college instructor and grandmother. She did major research on this. She happens to be my sister. Vaccine science is settled. Vaccine development and approval is free of corruption and conflict of interest. The evidence-based data on vaccine safety is unbiased and transparent. Really? Is it okay to question claims by the billion-dollar pharma industry, which enjoys liability exemption from harm caused by vaccines? Is it okay to investigate negligent government oversight of the vaccine industry and their media mouthpieces? The sad recent history of unquestioned faith in established corporate-driven science includes doctors and scientists promoting tobacco, DDT, asbestos, flame retardants, PCBs, and the herbicide Roundup, why widely used here until the evidence from dissenters became too apparent to deny and cover up. In a democracy, questioning authorities is vital to making informed, effective, and safe decisions. I have copies for each one of you. Please look at this carefully.
I don't have comments for this one, but special education is near and dear to my heart because it's who I am. I'm a special education teacher, and I love that job. And it was one of the most challenging jobs I think we have in education. Let's go, Mookie Betts just drove in a run. I agree with a lot of what Bill's saying, except the part about not approving the budget. While I am really skeptical of the way we're handling our SELPA right now, and we're restructuring so many jobs without negotiating it, I don't agree with just stopping funding special education. I kind of worry what that would do, so I just want to be clear that I'm for passing the budget, but I'm also for taking a critical eye into the current practices. And there's just so much wrong with what's going on right now in our special education department. And I think it really needs to start with training for our teachers, our IAs, our administrators on safety care and de-escalation tactics, because far too often we are getting ourselves into situations that can be avoided if everybody had the proper training. And since they don't, we're kind of creating these situations where things are not safe. People are getting hit, things are getting broken, people are getting bit. Like, we need to take that safety seriously and understand that we need to hold our students with an IEP to a high standard. And when we have this approach of, well, it's okay that you just bit your teacher, you have an IEP, we're not even gonna bother to document this, like, that's an injustice. We're also understaffed in special ed in so many positions, and we have elementary teachers who probably next week are going to be told, hey, I know this is your assignment right now, you're at one elementary school, but we want to add an alternative ed site onto your caseload because your caseload is 28 and you only have 18 students right now. So we're looking at that and say, how can we shift more work onto you and now have you pick up an additional assignment? The criteria for reassigning our SELPA members in the contract is too vague and allows the district to play this card of programmatic need, and that's used as this wand to move people around without having to explain why. We have assignment dates for a reason. It's past that date. Let's work together to bring people into this district, train them, and keep them here instead of continuing to bleed and lose special ed teachers every single year.
Thank you. Seeing no other public speakers, I'll now bring it back to the board for a motion, and remember, we have special wording.
To the extent that actions were not valid at the original meeting, I move to approve item 10.4 with such action relating back to the original date of board consideration and action.
Thank you. I have a first. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you. Do I have any discussion from the board?
Point of order, that was for 10.3 or 10.4?
0.4, which she said 10.4.
Okay.
I turned my page too soon and I saw 10.5. I tried to, but it was for 10.4. Okay, Trustee Navarro.
I just want to echo a lot of what Brandon said, and I know that this is, I hope, something that the board can look at going forward about improving our special ed programs and making sure that we're meeting the needs of these students, because some of the numbers, Bill, that you cited are actually quite concerning. But at this time, I do think we have to approve the budget. So that's.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the board? Trustee Medina?
Since this is being brought back, and I know right now we're in a government shutdown, and if this continues, we're going to have a lot more funding withheld for our migrant students, our special needs students. And I'm curious, with that in mind, is there a plan in order to try saving those programs, because one of the fears that I have is that that's going to really impact us. I've seen a few emails come from the county of Santa Cruz with that HSI funding is being drained. So I'm just curious. I know when we adopt that, this was not a factor, but now that it is being a factor, and since today is the first day of the shutdown and we don't know how long that is, what guardrails or strategies are being put in place so we don't have to reduce these services for our students, especially in special need, ELA, and all that good stuff.
Being that this is the first day, and this was back from June, which you point out, I don't know that that would pertain to this. However, we had a little bit of a preview, I guess, of in June, at the end of June, of what might be happening with title dollars. And so we have been having discussions and planning for what might happen in the future. Just a little off topic from what the SELPA plan and budgeting is, so we can do some updating in that in some future reports. We're definitely looking at what we would need to shift and look at, but it's separate from this.
Okay, cool. And then I guess one thing I'd love to request is if that information that you're talking about could also be available to the public so they could kind of see what's coming down the pipeline, because the last thing I would like is for them to not understand how those decisions are impacting our district. Thank you.
Yes, and once again, we want to keep it, this is an action item on SELPA, so we have a first and a second. Any other discussion before I take a vote? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining?
I abstain.
Motion carries 5-0-1-1. Thank you. Okay, and now that brings us to 10.5. Approval of the 2025-26 proposed budget and statement of reasons of excess reserves above minimum reserves. Report will be presented by Heather Contreras, our superintendent of schools, as well as Doug. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so again, here's the budget that was presented in June. No changes, and I'm not sure. I mean, there was the presentation. I don't think that's worth going through the PowerPoint again. But pretty much once this budget is approved again, then the next step is what I would have said is to do the unaudited actuals, and then we go from estimated actuals to unaudited actuals, which actually occurred at the last meeting on September 10th. And then the next step now is to revise the budget based on actual enrollment data, staffing data, which will be presented at first interim, and then those numbers will be revised, and a comparison will be done between what was in the adopted budget versus what was in the first interim budget.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item, 10.5?
We do. Aaron Johnson.
Hello, board members. My disclaimer is I am new this year to board meetings, and I am just a student, so I'm coming here as a humble learner, open to correction and learning. I would like to gently address a point that was raised regarding the district reserves last meeting. It's my understanding that it was suggested that we have excess reserves that could be or should be used to avoid cuts and expand programs. I feel it's important to remember that school districts in California are legally required to maintain a reserve for economic uncertainties, just as we as families do for our own households. According to California Education Code, Section 42127 A2D, school districts must adopt a budget that includes a minimum reserve, typically 2 months of general fund operating expenses, or about 17% of the annual budget for emergencies, unforeseen costs, or economic downturns. These reserves are not simply extra money, they are a critical safeguard to ensure we remain fiscally stable and able to meet obligations in uncertain times. If you're familiar with personal finance guru Dave Ramsey, he recommends a 6 month emergency fund. So I feel like 2 months is pretty darn lenient in my mind, actually. But using these required reserves to fund ongoing programs, no matter how valuable, would put the district in even further financial risk and violate the fiscal standards set by the state. So I urge the board to consider, to continue exercising caution and responsibility when considering the use of reserves. I guess the question is, can we work together to find sustainable solutions that support our staff, programs, and most importantly, our students, while keeping the district financially healthy for the long term? I'm excited that we have a new CBO, Mr. Gerardo Castillo, and I trust his work will help our district to become financially healthy in the future. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, now I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
You have the special wording?
Oh, shoot. Okay, sorry. To the extent that the actions were not valid at the original meeting, I move to approve item 10.5 and ratify with such action relating back to the original date of board consideration and action.
Thank you. So I have a first. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Do I have any discussion from the board? Trustee Medina.
Yeah, since, again, we're kind of coming back to this, I see that the statement of reason for excess reserves on page 1 of the excess reserve PDF says reserves are for, and I quote, continue operational, instructional, and programmatic costs, but give no specifics. And I'm guessing we'll get that data now, but how much of the $23.7 million above the state required minimum will be directed to stabilize services? Or if, I guess a better question would be, will we be getting an update on how that was spent now that we've kind of gone this far? And then while you're looking for that, and you could correct me on this too, I see that we have 23.7, then the following year is 6.5, and then 1.9 million. And I'm guessing we're going to keep contributing as we move along for those reserves. So I just had a question about that.
So again, I didn't prepare this budget but from what I can see is that we have the unassigned amount in Fund 1 of 23.7, which would right now, the multi-year shows significant deficit spending for the prior, for the subsequent years. So those funds would be utilized along with the committed fund balance of 10.4 to buffer about really to really fund that ongoing cost if nothing's done. But the goal is to, okay, we have these reserves, but we, as the person who spoke to me, who spoke right before, saying that can only last so long, right? So now the next step is to prepare first interim, revise the budget, and provide recommendations to the superintendent, who will bring recommendations to the board for either additional revenues or expenditure reductions. So it's a placeholder right now.
It's a placeholder right now. But you just mentioned earlier we'd be getting an update, right, on how we are spending so far for the...
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
And that would, so if I come back and said, okay, how much of the 23.7 have we spent so far, you would be able to give me that number in the next report that we're receiving, correct?
Yes, well, you kind of have that fund balance in there, so it would be like, it would go into that deficit. So let's say that we're actually looking at a deficit of X instead of Y. So, Y absorbed 27 million of that, but it could have been, it's just the culmination of everything, the difference between revenues and expenditures that would dip into that 27. So you wouldn't be able to identify exactly what it is. You would just know that it's the deficit. So in a sense, like, I didn't, my expenditures were greater than what I brought in this month. I'm going to have to go into my savings account. So that's what it is. So.
Okay.
But there was definitely going to be numbers associated and the change and so forth.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
And Another thing I just want to bring attention to is the budget presentation provides only district-wide totals for enrollment, ADA, and funding. Where can the public see a site-by-site equity allocation that shows how funds are distributed to support schools, flagged red in the LCAP? You know, I'm just really curious about Pajaro Middle School, Hall District, Cesar Chavez, and Alonely, since they were placed in those indicators. So I'm wondering if you have any info on that, or that would go to Claudia.
I think that's something they'd have to work on and get back to you on that.
Okay, because it's from the presentation that was attached, so we could ask questions about that.
Oh, you
right?
could ask questions, yes, for sure, but I don't know that information is readily available right
Okay,
this
cool.
second.
If I could request that, I think that would be great. And then.
What was that specific question again?
The question was, the presentation only provides district-wide totals for enrollment, ADA, and funding, and I was just curious where the public could see a site-by-site equity allocation for how those funds are distributed to support schools flagged red in the LCAP.
Okay. I don't have that right now, but
okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a better idea.
So, yeah, if you could get me that info, that'd be great. And those are all my questions. Thank you.
Trustee Clark?
Great.
Yes, before I will still ask for more, but I wanted to just read a snippet from when we approve our budgets. It then goes on to our county office of ed, who then has to approve it as well before it then goes on to state, and they submit a letter to us after they review it, and I want to read a little bit from that. It says, as certified by the governing board, the district is projecting an unrestricted ending balance reserve in the general fund of $45 million and change in the budget year and in budget year, and then $29 million or so in the 26-27 year, and then it drops down to $12 million in the 27-28 year. This represents a decline in ending fund balance of nearly 80% from the 2024-25 year through the 2027-28 year. This level of deficit spending cannot be sustained. The district's state required minimum reserve percentage is 3%, or $10.7 million for the 2025-26 year. As a point of reference, an average month's expense is approximately, for our district, is approximately $30.6 million, with salaries and benefits averaging about $24.2 million per month. A 3% reserve cannot even sustain our district for 2 weeks of the district's salaries and benefits. Further, it is necessary to maintain more than a minimum reserve to allow for sufficient cash flow to pay for operating expenditures. Noting the dramatic decline in enrollment, adequate reserves ensure the district ample time to respond to a potentially significant loss of revenue or unexpected expenditures. For these reasons, the district is encouraged to maintain adequate fund balances in excess of the state minimum. So we, as a district, I know approved an additional 3% to the state mandated 3%, and then we've even allocated a little more because it would be wise to at least be able to cover ourselves for 1 month, 2 preferably. So I just wanted to share that. I believe all of us received that letter from the COE, but it is definitely eye-opening. We've seen this coming for several years now, and yeah, we need to start making some changes. Trustee Navarro.
Thanks. That was a great segue into my point, which was, you know, with our looming government shutdown that we don't know when it's going to come back, you know, how it seems like we have a lot of money in reserves, but in all actuality, how long would we be able to pay our bills? And I think the answer is probably a month, maybe 2 at the most. So, you know, although it sounds like a lot of money, I think we need to be mindful going forward, especially with the uncertainty in the federal government, to make sure that we have enough money on hand to pay our bills.
Yeah, for this year, yeah, we have those reserves, especially, you know, set aside for future deficit spending. So, you know, those would have to be, you know, if for some reason there was impacts, you know, if the shutdown impacted the unrestricted general fund, then we would have to utilize those reserves for other purposes, just to stay afloat.
Yeah, we have 3 more years at least with this federal government, so I think we need to be mindful going forward.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Any other discussion from the board? Okay, so we have a first and a second. So all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 6-0-0-1. Thank you very much. That now brings us to item 10.6, approve contract for the Assistant Superintendent Curriculum and Instruction Professional Development. This report will be presented by Kit Bragg, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you very much. Good evening again. I'd like to bring before the board and read out portions of the contract for the Assistant Superintendent. This is an agreement between Pajaro Valley Unified School District of Santa Cruz County, California, for a contract of employment for Assistant Superintendent. This agreement is made this 11th day of June 2025 by and between the governing board of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District and Claudia Monjeros. The term, district hereby employs Assistant Superintendent for a period beginning the 25th day of July 2024 and terminating on June 30th, 2027, subject to the terms and conditions set forth below. Salary. The Assistant Superintendent's annual salary shall be based on the 2024-25 Cabinet Salary Schedule, Range AS, Step 3, at $170,841. In addition, the Assistant Superintendent shall receive a stipend for earned master's degree of $4,498. Payments will be in 12 equal payments. The board reserves the right to change the Assistant Superintendent's salary for any year of this contract with the mutual written consent of the Assistant Superintendent and the board. A change in salary shall not constitute the creation of a new contract nor extend the termination date of this agreement. Part 4, health insurance coverage. The district shall provide the Assistant Superintendent with the same level and type of health insurance coverage on the same terms as provided to other certificated management employees. With regard to sick leave, the Assistant Superintendent shall, during the term of this agreement, earn and accrue 1 day of sick leave with pay for each full month of services rendered. Assistant Superintendent shall be entitled to utilization of sick leave in advance of accrual or more than the number of days actually earned or accrued. Under Portion 7, positive work year, earned vacation, the Assistant Superintendent shall be required to render 222 days of service to the district during each fiscal year. Under Portion 9, the state association fees, specifically AXA, will be paid by the district. And under the clause for early termination, Section 11, subsection E, the board may unilaterally and without cause terminate this agreement and the Assistant Superintendent's status as a superintendent, as Assistant Superintendent, in consideration for exercise of this right of the board to terminate. The district shall pay to the Assistant Superintendent for the remainder of the unexpired term of this contract not to exceed 12 months, a monthly sum equal to the difference between the Assistant Superintendent's gross monthly salary at the salary rate in effect during his last month or her last month of service, and the amount which Assistant Superintendent earns subsequent to the effective date of termination. Further, under Section 14, expense reimbursement, the district shall reimburse the Assistant Superintendent for actual and necessary expenses incurred by the Assistant Superintendent within the scope of her employment, so long as such expenses are permitted by district policy or incurred with prior approval by the board. Mileage reimbursement under Section 15. The Assistant Superintendent shall receive monthly the sum of $500 for the use of an automobile owned by the Assistant Superintendent within the counties of Santa Cruz and Monterey. The approved mileage rate will apply for assigned duties outside of the stated counties. Under Section 16, longevity, a 2.5% of longevity stipend shall be awarded after 5 years of district service in a management position. After 10 years of service to the district as a manager, an additional 2.5% stipend will be awarded, and every 5 years thereafter, a 2.5% stipend will be awarded. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item? 10.6. Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion. To the extent that the actions were not valid at the original meeting, I move to approve item 10.6 and ratify with such actions relating back to the original date of Board of Consideration and Action.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do I have any discussion from the board? Trustee Medina.
Yeah, when I was reading this, and I think I had the same question, but what performance metric outcomes or community engagement expectations are tied to this position over the next 3 years? The contract includes no evaluation plan or deliverables related to instruction, equity, or site support, or is that attached as a supplemental?
We have performance evaluations.
Okay. Is that indicated on the MOU?
This is a contract, not an MOU.
A contract, yeah.
Yeah, and it is not attached. We have not done that before.
Okay.
But I'd be happy to show you what we use.
Okay, cool. And then another question I had is, given that the title includes both curriculum and instruction and professional development, can the administration provide a clear breakdown of how this role will prioritize direct support to teachers, site leaders, and classrooms in the next academic year, if possible? I would just like to see a breakdown of how that time is supposed to be allocated, if possible. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it to a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 6-0-0-1. Thank you. And now that brings us to item 10.7, approved contract for Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. This report will be presented by Kit Bragg, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the contract for employment between Pajaro Valley Unified School District of Santa Cruz County, California, for the Assistant Superintendent. This agreement is made this 11th day of June, 2025, by and between the Governing Board of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District and Michael Berman. Term, district hereby employs Assistant Superintendent for a period beginning the 25th day of July 2024 and terminating on June 30th, 2027, subject to the terms and conditions set forth below. Salary, the Assistant Superintendent's annual salary shall be based on the 2024-25 Cabinet Salary Schedule, range AS, Step 3, at $171,841. In addition, the Assistant Superintendent shall receive a stipend for his earned master's degree of $4,498. Payments will be in 12 equal payments. The Board reserves the right to change the Assistant Superintendent's salary for any year of this contract with the mutual written consent of the Assistant Superintendent and the Board. A change in the salary shall not constitute the creation of a new contract, nor extend the termination date of this agreement. Under Section 4, Health Insurance Coverage, the district shall provide the Assistant Superintendent with the same level and type of health insurance coverage on the same terms as provided to other certificated management employees. Section 5, sick leave. The Assistant Superintendent shall, during the term of this agreement, earn and accrue 1 day of sick leave with pay for each full month of services rendered. The Assistant Superintendent shall not be entitled to utilization of sick leave in advance of accrual, or more than the number of days actually earned and accrued. Under Section 7, positive work year, earned vacation, the Assistant Superintendent shall be required to render 222 days of service to the district during each fiscal year. State association fees will be paid by the district, specifically AXA. Under termination of contract, Section 11, subsection E, early termination, the Board may unilaterally and without cause terminate this agreement and the Assistant Superintendent's status as Assistant Superintendent. In consideration for exercise of this right to the Board to terminate, the district shall pay the Assistant Superintendent for the remainder of the unexpired term of this contract, not to exceed 12 months, a monthly sum equal to the difference between the Assistant Superintendent's gross monthly salary at the salary rate in effect during his last month of service and the amount which Assistant Superintendent earns subsequent to the effective date of termination. Section 14, expense reimbursement. The district shall reimburse the Assistant Superintendent for actual and necessary expenses incurred by the Assistant Superintendent within the scope of his employment, so long as such expenses are permitted by the district policy or incurred with prior approval of the Board. Under mileage reimbursement, Section 15, the Assistant Superintendent shall receive monthly the sum of $500 for the use of an automobile owned by the Assistant Superintendent within the counties of Santa Cruz and Monterey. The approved mileage rate will apply for assigned duties outside of the stated counties. 16, longevity. A 2.5% longevity stipend shall be awarded after 5 years of district service in a management position. After 10 years of service to the district as a manager, an additional 2.5% stipend will be awarded. And every 5 years thereafter, a 2.5% stipend will be awarded. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item? No. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion?
To the extent that actions were not valid at the original meeting, I move to approve item and ratify 10.7 with such action relating back to the original date of board consideration and action.
Thank you. Do I have a second? I'll second. Thank you. Do I have any discussion from the board? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, just kind of on par with the last one. And these are questions that if I could get these responses, that would be great. How will the Superintendent of Education Services be held accountable for improving outcomes at high-need schools, like Pajaro Middle School, Hall District, Aloni, and Cesar Chavez, which are flagged red in the LCAP? So I'd just love to see that plan of action, if there is any. Also, what are the equity benchmarks or deliverables expected from the superintendent related to improving literacy, math scores, or chronic absenteeism in schools with high percentages of English learners or farm worker families? And my final question would be, how will this contract be evaluated by the Board of Public stakeholders at the end of each year, especially in relating to district-wide academic progress and implementation of LCAP priorities? I'll send you these questions so you could input them in there. But those are the questions that I'd love a response on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 6-0-0-1. Thank you. And that now brings us to item 10.8, the renewal of superintendent's contract. This report will be presented by myself.
May I assist, Madam Chairman?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Lozano.
Thank you. As a reminder, this item 10.8 is the first amendment to the superintendent's employment agreement that was approved by this board at a regular board meeting held on June 25th of 25. Because of the challenge that has been filed on whether or not the legal requirements were satisfied in the approval of that document back in June, rather than risking the lawsuit or incurring the expense of defend, we are asking that the board consider ratifying its previous action that was taken on June 25th. Now, all of the terms of this amendment are identical to that which was approved on June 25th. There are no changes whatsoever. But because the law requires that the financial terms of the contract be stated in open session prior to approval, I'd like to go over what the changes are to Dr. Contreras' original contract. Those changes, first of all, eliminate a $15,000 fee that was paid to a coach in her first year. The superintendent will have an adopted salary schedule effective on July 1 of 25, and she will be placed on step 1 of that salary schedule with a base salary of $268,536. Any future increase to her salary, any movement on the salary schedule, is contingent upon a receipt of a positive evaluation by this board. The term of Dr. Contreras' contract is extended by 1 year to expire on June 30th of 2029, and all other provisions remain the same. So those are the only changes that the board approved back in June, and we're asking you to ratify that action.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do. I just want to make a point of order. I believe it was actually the June 11th meeting that we did that.
It was voted on. It was June 25th.
Okay.
But it's all right.
Never mind. Sorry.
Point of clarification, this was approved by the previous board, correct, in 2024?
No.
No, this was this one?
No, it was approved by this board on June 25th of this year.
Of this year with these amendments?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, you were going to call a public speaker? Chris Webb and Bobby Pels.
Speaking as an individual teacher with over a decade in this district, I just want to say I'm for maintaining the current superintendent. But consistent with my previous comment, I would maintain that even the top dog needs to pay their dues. And it's only been a year, and it's been a tumultuous one at that. And despite the talk of transparency and integrity, I don't feel like we've sufficiently met that threshold, specifically with respect to public report on legal expenses related to attacking the PVFT members and their PN days, the CRE training for admin, which I'm not sure that it's on the horizon as far as I can tell. And then also, I just want to say, like, I've been never more concerned about Renaissance and the future fate of it. I take the lack of transparency on the legal expenses as an indication that when Dr. Contreras walked into this district and saw our members being stabbed in the back by the preceding soup, she put her hand on the knife. And until I hear otherwise, I gotta feel like you kind of were with that. And it's just the CRE thing has been taking too long. Last year, members at Rolling Hills suffered for training that could have gone to the admin to help alleviate some of that suffering. This year, I look at the handling with Omar Dieguez and feel like, yeah, that admin there could have used that CRE training. Like, we need to get in touch with the stakeholders, and like that training was a part of that, and I just, it's very glaring to me when people don't get it. So also, as just a matter of kindness and integrity, I feel this board should only adopt this premature additional compensation as a bottom line for what they will later approve for PVFT members when those negotiations come to a close. And otherwise, if the budget situation is so dire, then I think we can in good conscience approve any additional compensation. Also, at some of our sites, they were forced into training, so it's interesting to me that the soup gets to opt out of it. Yeah, just an interesting observation. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now bring it back to the board for a motion. Oh, I didn't see him. I'm sorry. I think he might have left for the day, for the night. Yeah. So I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Point of clarification before we do that. So once we could still modify this, correct? Because we're re-ratifying it. Is that my impression? If you could respond.
Yes, the board has discretion. Of course, there will be potential legal consequences of that. So remember, the action was taken in June, and this is precisely the same. So while I don't want to stand here and give you legal advice that is potentially used against you, but there are exposures if the agreement is not approved.
And what type of exposures would the district be exposed to?
A challenge by the superintendent, potentially.
Got it. Okay. So just so I'm clear, we could make modifications to this, but if we do, there is the potential that the superintendent could sue the district.
That is correct.
Got it. I don't think she'd do that, but okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll still bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
So do you have to do the whole thing? No, I'm working on it. I'm getting there. To the extent that actions were not valid at the original meeting, I move to approve item 10.8 and ratify with such action relating back to the original date of board consideration and action.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And now I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Chris Webb, did you leave? I wanted to actually put on record that, oh, Chris, you came back. I just want to put on record that, and I know we've heard a lot about the PN days, and that actually started under our previous superintendent and a whole previous cabinet, and the board was very much encouraged to proceed, and it wasn't until Dr. Contreras came that the board was then encouraged to step back and reverse. And so I just want to put that on record. Thank you for the clarification. You're welcome. Okay, do we have any discussion from Trustee Turley?
We've received a lot of comments about this item, and I am open and receptive to hearing comments from constituents, students, parents, staff. But we entered into an agreement, we negotiated agreement, which is what we approved in the past and were asked to approve today. And I intend to vote in favor of it as I did previously, because I think that's the right thing to do at this point.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, so just a few things. I know on questions, I guess I have, on page 1, the only reference to performance reads, the superintendent received a positive performance evaluation from the governing board for the 24-25 school year. No details are provided about what performance goals were met, what criteria we used, or whether public goals tied to student outcomes, ADA, or strategic plans were considered, and if they were, my bad. But what specific performance metrics or strategic goals were used in the evaluation process when we were doing that? Because I don't think that was released to the public, right?
Performance reviews are closed session items.
They're closed session items. So I guess, did we ever give the constituencies that we represent an ability to weigh in on that?
We did. It was on the board agenda.
I mean, back to our community town halls. I think for something as drastic as this, where we're talking about renewing a contract, and I mean, we've got a really Costco sample of what we're dealing with right now. But I guess do you have something to say on the mic? You could go ahead. I'm sorry.
The superintendent's evaluation was actually on the agenda 3 different times, and we did have public comment during those different agenda items.
During board meetings, correct? Yes, and I understand that, but I don't think we had the opportunity to go back to our constituents who can't always make these meetings, and their voices weren't heard. So I think that's something that we need to consider moving forward. I do have hesitations, as I did previously, with approving this, just kind of seeing what we're seeing currently. And again, this is no way to dismiss the great work that you have done, because you have been doing some really good work. It's just more of, I don't feel the community felt transparent in this decision, and it was only limited to us 6, opposed to us going back to our constituency to kind of hear what they have to say about it. So those were just my thoughts on this, and I would just like more systems in place where we have the community kind of give some insight to who we're bringing on as the superintendent, how they've been doing within our respective districts, and not all my constituents are able to come. And I think buffering that into the contract as we move forward would be something that I would love to see. Thank you.
Any other discussion from the board? Trustee Flynn?
I was not there for the actual vote, but was able to participate in the discussion, and I shared what I shared based on the not the requirements, but the evaluation that you're speaking of, and the strategic goals. I am always wanting to give the benefit of the doubt. I really appreciate how positive you always are and seeing the future, because I can be err on the side of pessimism at times. But I really feel like moving forward for the future of our school, our district, and especially with the implementation of our coaching with effective board solutions, is is really getting down to the heart of what we're here for, and that's for making sure children have, it's about what they know and what they can do. And I feel confident that with us and with Dr. Contreras, that's going to give us a framework to build on, and everything is going to be earned. I want to believe that. I really do. And so not only, the participation that that she has and the leadership in helping move forward with helping our community gain vision and values. And I'm speaking now because I didn't get to, because I wasn't there during that that decision. But that's pretty much. I just want to speak to that. I think that it's warranted.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
Yeah, we actually had a couple of special meetings with a full presentation that unfortunately, because it was a closed session item, I agree that the public didn't get access to, but it was pretty lengthy about everything that Dr. Contreras has done since she came into the district. And I actually wish it wasn't a closed session item, because you've actually done a lot of amazing work that I think has been overshadowed by, a lot of drama that has been occurring on the board. But we did discuss it at length, and actually everybody who was at that meeting, and unfortunately I think Trustee Medina, you weren't able to make that meeting, gave, a positive review, exceeded expectations. And so I just want to make that public.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the board? Seeing none, I will now bring it to a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 5-1-0-1. Thank you. Okay, so now that concludes our hearing correct items, and now we have item 10.9, resolution number 25-26-10, approval of the piggyback agreement under Public Contract Code Section 20118 with Model 1 Commercial Vehicles, Inc., previously Creative Bus Sales, for the acquisition of 10 Magellan school buses. Report will be presented by Douglas Crancer, our consultant. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again, Board. Tonight is presented to you for the purchase of 10 buses, piggybacking off of a contract with Creative Bus Sales, which is now AZ Bus Sales. And we actually have Ms. Lemke here to go over the specifics as to why it's needed. But essentially, these buses are very, very old. The parts are difficult to get. They're constant repairs, and it's been advised by by CHP as well as district staff that they do need to be replaced. Otherwise, it'll just become more difficult to transport our special education students to and from school if they break down and we have no way to transport them. So the funds are unrestricted, but we're utilizing one-time funds for one-time purposes.
Thank you.
Again, we're piggybacking off of a bid.
Okay. Do we have any public speakers to this item? Okay, seeing none, I will now bring it back to the board for a motion.
I move approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second, thank you. Okay, and now any discussion from the board? I know that when I first became a trustee and I visited the transportation yard, I did see a lot of the older buses sitting there, and I learned a lot. I learned a lot about how, we're mandated by the state, how long we can have buses in service. We're also mandated how we can, dispose of our buses. So that's good information to know and included in this. But yes, we are, mandated a lot by the state with regulations. So discussion further. Trustee Turley?
I'm so happy we'll have a nice, easy way for our children to get to school. We can't get our 80 up if we don't get our kids to school. It's my understanding that we're keeping the 10 buses so that they can be cannibalized to keep the older school buses on the road. So there's still repairs to be made, but that's part of the replacement cycle.
Trustee Medina, and then I'll come to Trustee Navarro.
Sweet. Yeah, so a few questions. So the resolution states that 10 buses in the district's bus fleet need to be replaced because they're over 20 years old. How many buses total does the district currently operate that are over 20 years old?
I have to defer to Ms. Lemke.
We have more than 20? Okay. Oh, okay. That was close. All right. Sweet. And then the authorization acquisition of 10 buses via the piggyback contract, but does not specify which school. Well, it's going to be used district-wide, so I could, right?
These are all sped buses, so they are all district-wide.
Perfect. Okay. And then the document did not explain if it was gasoline or electric, or
These are all gasoline.
These are
because
gasoline.
we cannot get any more electric at this moment. We're working on it, but PG&E's put a kind of a standstill on that.
And do we have any electric buses?
Yes,
We do.
Yes,
Okay,
we
which is
have
why we're
11.
doing the next one, right? Which is the 2 charging stations.
Right.
Got it. Okay, cool. And let's see. I'm very interested in just knowing about buses ever since we met, so thank you for that. So I did see, like, for the Model 1 that we're getting, that there was like a major exhaust leak and broken manifold bolts that have been reported frequently, and I'm just curious, if we do get these and there is that issue, how would that process work?
They're under warranty.
They're under warranty? Okay, perfect. And then, I think that is, oh wait. And I know we've had many route cancellations, last school year when I saw your report, that was scary. Let me just say that. So even the buses, so we had many route cancellations last year and a few, I think, at the beginning of the year. Even the buses are, without some drivers. So what is the current driver vacancy rate, for this new fleet of buses that we'll be bringing in? And are we having good retention within the program that you're running in order for us to get bus drivers?
So I have 7 right now that are going through the process of becoming drivers. We are still 22 short. That's
22
how
short.
We started. Yep. And we gained some over the summer, but we also lost some to retirement.
I also want to ask you to be careful. Let's keep it to this contract, please.
Oh, yeah, because the bus people are going to drive these, right? So I was just think about that. Okay. I think that's it. No, I'm glad we're getting a new fleet of buses, and I really just want to amend you for that comment you made that we are not going to leave any students behind. So thank you for that. I know my community really appreciates that and the work you've been doing, and let me know how I could help you get those 22 people that we need for the fleet. So I will help with that. Thank you. Flight.
Thank you.
I just had a quick question. I know that there's this move towards the electric buses. Do you think that that's actually going to continue to be a state priority? Or maybe this is a question for Heather, or are we moving away from that with all the funding changes at the state government?
There's still a lot of funding out there, but they are pulling back some.
I know, to touch a little bit on the what I learned when I visited the yard, and I saw, a lot of our electric buses weren't being used to their fullest capacity. We have a very interesting school district in that we cover, all the way from Pajaro all the way to Aptos. And so some of our bus drivers were afraid that they wouldn't be able to make their whole route on one charge. And so that's something that our district is unique in that sense. A lot of districts are a lot, more closer, we're very rural, so something to also think about.
What is the charge capability on these electric buses?
So it's a range, and it depends on your driving. If you use too much, of course, you're not going to have as much range. So you're going to average between 80 to 100 miles. Sorry, between 80 to 100 miles normally is what you'll actually get.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion on the table? I'm sorry, it's getting late. Okay, so I have a first and a second. Okay, can we repeat the motion, please? Trustee Turley made the motion to approve, and Trustee Flynn seconded.
Did I? Okay.
Okay, so any other discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, I will now bring it to a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 6001. Thank you. And so now we are going to move on to item 10.10, resolution number 25-26-11, approval of the piggyback agreement under Public Contract Code Section 20118 with Nave, for the acquisition of 2 EVSE direct current fast charging 220 kilowatt smart charging stations. This report will be presented by Doug Krantzer.
Thank you again. So similar to the prior resolution, again, this is another resolution authorizing, actually ratifying this resolution to purchase 2 chargers under that piggyback contract. One thing that was noticed was we got an original quote of $142,900. However, it did not include taxes or shipping, and that revised amount is actually $156,416.08. So I would ask that the resolution be ratified as amended to account for the shipping and sales tax on that one. I do apologize for that. Again, but this is actually grant funded, so it's coming out of restricted grant funds for EV use. And if you have any other questions regarding the operations, again, we have Ms. Lemke here to address any questions. But again, the resolution would have to be as amended to that amount.
Thank you. Can you tell us that amount again, please?
Yes, it's 156,416.08, so $156,416.08.
Thank you. And do we have any public comment to this item? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for a motion.
I move approval as amended to allow for the cost of tax and shipping with a total amount of $156,416.08.
I second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Any discussion from the board? Sure, Trustee Navarro?
Are both of these chargers going to be housed at the main station, or are, as you alluded to, our district is wide? Is there going to be one on one end and one on the other end so that they could charge in between?
These are DC fast chargers that we need because they will allow us to go, we can charge in the middle of the day, a full charge.
Okay.
Sorry.
Trustee Medina?
Yes. So the 2 charging stations are grant funded, you said, correct? Which grant was that under?
That was under one before I came here.
Okay.
I want to say Cal Energy.
I think it's on the thing. Let me see here. Yeah, California, oops, sorry. California Energy Commission Clean Transportation Program, grant ARV-19-011.
And we already have those funds, right, from that grant?
We will receive them as soon as we do it.
It's a reimbursement. Ooh. Okay, but this was a state allocated grant, not a federal grant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I guess my question is, should we hurry up and buy these just in case? Okay, let's move on then. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Flynn?
I lost my, how have you been charging the buses until now?
We have 11, or level 2 chargers, 11 of them, and they're slow trickle charge instead of a fast charge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now I will bring this back to the board for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 6001. Thank you. Okay, now that brings us to our consent agenda. Consent items are routine items coming before the board. Do we have any speakers to consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, I will bring it to the board for a motion or to let us know if there's any items you would like to defer.
I move approval of the consent agenda as written.
I was going to defer something. Is that okay? Oh, since that motion's on the table, can I make an amendment to that?
I would consider it a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment, thank you. Yeah, I would just like to add in a friendly amendment of pulling 11.11, which is Architect Amendment number 1, Pajaro Middle School Fields Project, and that would be it.
That was 11:11? Yeah.
11:11, yeah.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I accept the amendment to my motion.
So the motion on the table is to approve consent agenda with removal of 11.11. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 6001. So now I will bring back our deferred consent items, which is 11.11, approve Architect Amendment number 1 for Pajaro Middle School Field Project. Trustee Medina, you had a question on this.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull this so we could I know Pajaro Middle School has been really asking for this, so I just want to know if we could give them an update, on the process and just any cool information that we should know about the field implementation that's coming up, so that way they could hear it. I don't know, who do I look at? Sergio, all right.
While you're walking, can I share one little piece that I learned? I was concerned about the fake grass because it has a reputation of releasing gases on hot days and when it's first rolled out. But apparently, the stuff we're using is new and doesn't have that same problem. Is that correct?
That's correct. Perfect. So a little update. We just got design for the field, right? One of the big things that we wanted to implement is, and I see the need, right, in Pajaro. I went to the school, so it touches me personally. So we're doing the field, plus we're doing the artificial turf as well in the softball field. So it's implemented in the whole soccer field, and then we're doing the baseball field. So we just got the sign, we're reviewing it, and I think we should be ready to send to the state in the next couple weeks.
Is there anything that you're really excited about? Since I know did we go the same year?
Yes.
Okay. We were in different crowds, y'all. All right. What's one thing that students should really look forward to? Because I know this is something we've been asking for a long time. So if you want to just add to that.
I think it's something really exciting, right? I think one of the biggest things that our superintendent really wanted to do is a big impact in Pajaro, especially because if we really look at it, right, a lot of the teams from Monterey County come and play to Watsonville and use our facilities. So for us to have one in Monterey, which is in Pajaro, it's a huge thing for everybody, for our community, for our staff, recovering from a flood and then having something like this, it's going to be amazing for our community.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to this.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 11.11, approve Architect Amendment number 1 for the Pajaro Middle School Fields Project number 2025014.
I'd like to second.
Thank you. Any more discussion from the board? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries 6001. Thank you.
Madam President, may I ask if we can schedule a break? Thank you.
Would you like a 5 or a 10-minute break?
10 minutes, please.
Okay, so we are going to take
If we come back early, then we can start early.
Can we do a
but
friendly
just
amendment of 30 minutes? No, I'm just kidding.
You get out of here.
Yes, so we are going to take a 10-minute break. We will return at 9:40. Thank you. Thank you. I now call this meeting back to order at 9:42. And now that brings us to, our public hearing for our workshop, we are going to set a 1-hour time on that, and that will take us past the 10:30 mark. So just in the interest of time, so we don't have to interrupt our workshop, I'm wondering if we could extend the meeting now.
I make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That motion carries 5002. Okay, so now we will move on to item 13.1, our workshop on effective board agendas, superintendent evaluation, and community listening. This report will be presented by Greg Klein, our coach, our amazing, wonderful coach of effective school boards. And I know this isn't just going to be a 1 hour where you present to us, it's going to be an interactive workshop. So before we get started on that, are there any public speakers to this item? Okay, see no public speakers, then we will start our workshop.
Good evening. It's nice to be with you all in person. It's my first time here in Pajaro in person, and so I'll just take a sec to say I'm Greg. Hi, everybody, if you're still with us. And I know you just gave the opportunity for public comment, but I just want to build on that to say it's greg@effectiveschoolboards.com. If folks have questions about this work or anything in our framework, happy to answer questions from the public or whatever works. So tonight we are working on a workshop on 3 topics: agenda review, superintendent evaluation, and a check-in on community listening. So these 3 topics. Sorry, I'm just getting used to the big scroll on the TV. These topics are in alignment with your implementation timeline. This was about when you wanted to go deeper on these topics, and so we found some time here to go through it. And I'll admit, I don't usually start these things at 9:45 at night. But we're going to get there together. So starting on, we're going to be on page 9 of the framework. So we're going to scroll. I'm scrolling down to page 9. No, oh no, now I'm here. I got it. Yep. Right here is where I want to be. Yep. And this document is available on our website. It might be available on your website. It's available. And on page 9, under emerging focus on improving student outcomes, which is the second column, there's some language there about community engagement and community outreach, about agenda diet, about consent agendas. And so this is just in alignment with both your implementation timeline and the framework itself. And so to get us started, and the answer to this next question is in the manual. It might be in the glossary for you if you want to look, and I'll even scroll a little bit to get you to the glossary. As we get into this topic of agendas and effective agendas, I want to start one level up, which is, what is board work? Who remembers or can find or wants to read what is board work? Sure.
So board work is defined as items that are discussed and or acted on during board authorized public meetings because either state or federal law rule requires the board to do so, or because the items directly pertain to the board's adopted goals or guardrails. Items that are not legally required and that the board has not designated as board work through the board's goals and or guardrails are by default superintendent work.
In other words, board work is, in our coaching, that the state has required of you through the law, and that work that you have chosen for yourself through your adoption of your goals and your guardrails. You have yet to adopt your goals and guardrails. You can't do that yet till you go out and engage in your listening. But that is our coaching of what board work is. That the board's work is that which is required of it by law, and that which it requires of itself through its adoption of its goals and its guardrails, and then monitoring progress towards those goals and guardrails. The reason why that's board work is because that's where your area of expertise is. You were elected to be experts in the vision and values of your community. The vision is, we would say, is your job is the community already has its vision. It already knows what it wants its children to be able to know and be able to do, as I heard you say earlier, Trustee Flynn. Your job is to go out and make sure you're hearing it and listening for it. What is that vision? And then you prioritize it into a set of a few focused student outcome goals. Same with the values. Your community has many important values that need to be protected, and that is definitely part of your work as the board. And the tool that we offer boards to do that value protection work is through guardrails. Those executive limitations, those things that the superintendent shall not do because it won't fly in our community here. So we have goals, we have guardrails, and that's board work along with what's legally required. Which then gets us into this topic of agenda. So our coaching is that you use your board meetings of the board held in public, to do board work. And the more your agenda should be a reflection of the board's work. Now, going from traditional board agenda creation to a hyper student outcomes focused board agenda can take a transition. Don't always recommend a big light switch flip. You want to bring your community along, which is part of why we do so much of our training and workshops. We want to do it in public, and I want to be available. So when people have questions, they can understand where this is coming from. So what I want to do next then is, we've talked about board work versus board work, and that the agenda should represent board work. But real quickly, before we go in, because we're going to look at tonight's agenda, that's why I'm glad we've got it up here, or we can have it back up here in a sec. If it's not legally required of the board, and it's not in your goals and guardrails, whose work is it to do? Yeah, it's superintendent's work. So I just want to be clear, there's still plenty of other work. There's still plenty of other work that needs to get done and the district needs to accomplish. It's just not necessarily the board's work to do. All right, so what I want to do is practice going through our agenda items and asking ourselves a few quick questions. And I have no idea what the answers are to these questions. And if wherever the answers are in alignment with our coaching, fine. Wherever it's out of alignment with our coaching, that's also fine. It's just information at this point for you all to consider moving forward about how you build agendas. So how do I get back to, do I just click on the Chrome? Yeah. Great. Thank you very much. So so call to order. It may not be legally required, but it's a pretty standard item. The second one, is it legally required that you take public comment on closed session items? Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. And I'm not here to be your legal counsel on those things, but that I know. It's definitely legally required. Glad it's on your agenda. You should definitely have it on your agenda. Closed session, generally speaking, the topics that the state of California allows you to go into closed session, most of those they actually want you to go into closed session on. They don't want you discussing those things in public. And that's why they gave you the exception. So definitely those things are generally legally required, and we would say keep it moving. Again, call to order. Here's a fun one, comes up every time. Pledge of Allegiance, is it legally required? Definitely not legally required. Is it directly related to selecting goals or monitoring goals? No. Is it directly related to selecting guardrails or monitoring guardrails? No. Now, as you go about your listening, I don't know what you'll hear. That's your job. Maybe you'll hear something about value around patriotism. And you decide that's a part, and so then the Pledge of Allegiance does align ultimately with a prioritized value and a guardrail that you've chosen. I don't know if that's going to happen. And even if it doesn't happen, do you know about how long it took you to do the pledge tonight? Yeah, a minute or less. Like it's not your biggest bang for buck in terms of getting focus back. So at this moment, like I said, you don't need to make big drastic changes to save, to pinch pennies when it comes to time. And so let me back up before we get into the meat of the agenda review. A lot of this coaching has to do with focus. That where the board spends its time is what the board is signaling to itself, to the superintendent, to the staff, to the community, that this is what matters in our district. This is what needs to be accomplished. And so you do have, as much as you might want to vote to extend the meeting time, you do have a finite amount of time to accomplish, your work. and you don't have the expectation of meeting every day, that's just not going to work. And so you do have to make choices. Our coaching is don't pretend about that, don't hide that, and don't set the expectation with your community that you will be addressing every single thing as board work. That is unlikely. You will prioritize based on what you hear, but you will need to prioritize through your goal and guardrail adoption process. All right. Approval of the agenda. Yeah. Oh, sorry, what did I skip? Oh, I apologize. Superintendent comments. Legally required? Definitely not. Aligned to your adopted goals? Not yet, not now. You don't have adopted goals. You do not have adopted student outcome goals based on a comprehensive student needs analysis and a community listening engagement process. And so right now that is in our coding of your time, which I know Carol's working on and I'm working on in the background, we would count that as other. What about governing board comments and reports on standing committee meetings? Is that legally required? No. Is it about your adopted goals or your adopted guardrails? Nope, it's not. Approval of the agenda? I think it is probably. It's probably legally required through your local policies, that you might have a bylaw or something like that says that you do this. So I'm going to jump now to a few more, and then we're going to be done with this process in the need of time. But take all your labor partner public comment time. Is that legally required? Is it about your adopted goals? Is it about your adopted guardrails? You don't have those yet. Now, maybe it will. Maybe you will end up with a guardrail again that protects a value around the value of organized labor. I have no idea. You'll do that work. You'll hear that, and this might directly align with the values that you are seeking to protect. And even if it doesn't, you may find you have plenty of time to get work done, and you want to keep those comments available because there's other value you get from that. So again, not here to say that our coaching is make all these dramatic changes, and definitely not right away. Tonight you had some public hearings. Is it legally required that item be on your agenda? Yeah. So you did it. Our coaching on these things is that every item that can go on consent, that is legally allowed to go on consent, would start on consent. But then if it needs to be brought off of consent or is legally required to have its own separate action or public hearing, then you do that. Yeah.
Advice around public comment. So in 7.1, tonight, I think we were a little bit more lax with the time trying to get everybody to speak, and we want to engage our community and make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak. But one of the things that I've noticed is that people will come up on agendized items and go off topic and speak about something completely different.
Those can be tough. You're the facilitator, it's usually the president, it could be the vice president if the president's out of the room. Has to make a judgment call there. If it's a brief thing and it's not worth the interruption, I would keep it moving. But you do risk, you need to have your radar up. You can't be all of a sudden hearing a public comment on an agendized item that's not on that agenda, and then having clarifying questions about things that aren't on your agenda. Like, you want to avoid those sorts of, that's the trouble you run into. And that's where the Brown Act comes in, and it's as simple as, hey, it sounds like we need to talk about this. Let's just make sure we get it on a future agenda, post it in plenty of time, and then engage at that point. This comes up all the time when we coach, particularly when we're getting started coaching. And so, since it's my first time here, I'll go ahead and share. Our feeling on this is that the board does need to focus on its work, but you also need to hear from your community. Your board meetings are wholly insufficient to hear from your community. They're wholly insufficient. They can be a piece of the puzzle, but they are not sufficient. You need to go out and have other avenues. And then when you're even here, it is the law says, follow the law is mainly our coaching. The law says you must, take the public comment on agendized items. You must take public comment on non-agendized items that are in your subject matter jurisdiction. If there's translation needs, you need to double the time. So all those sorts of things for sure. And then it's an art as well as a science around, if you have a 2-minute time limit, honoring that, and that just takes practice. And
sometimes we've had to decrease the time in order to allot everybody the time to speak when we have like 50 people come, because we usually allow for 30 minutes during that public comment section. And if we gave everybody 2 minutes, it would be a really long time.
Yeah. And so boards make those choices for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, our coaching is to expand the options that the public has in order to engage with you, not to limit, their comment time.
I think you have a comment behind you.
Just really quick, I have to leave, but this is super fascinating. But just, would you guys mind speaking in your microphones so that it records?
Yes.
So we can listen. Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Okay.
So we got to keep it moving here. So when it comes to agenda creation, I know there's an agenda review committee. Just want to offer, I'm happy to join those calls if I can make them to review items, but that's kind of the protocol that we go through. It's just like, is this draft agenda item, is it goals, is it guardrails, is it legally required? Can it be on consent? And those sorts of things will hopefully over time create the focus that you've told us you're interested in creating, which is to focus more of your time on improving student outcomes and honoring your district's values. But it does take time, and I know tonight there was things that you needed to go back and readdress, right? And so that took time. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, and so then you'll have more time later to invest in other things. But before we move on to, I want to next move to superintendent evaluation. Is there any other questions about agenda, use of consent agenda? And we can visit one-on-one, but this is a great chance too to ask questions.
I want to thank you for, you did attend our last agenda setting committee, and you did, advise us on, does this need to be an action item? Could it be in consent? So I just want to give a little, heads up for warning that, I think the public will start seeing some changes to our agenda model, because we will be trying to, the agenda diet. We didn't read that definition, but we want 50% of our focus to be on our student outcomes, and that should be like the highlight of our meeting, and the rest is for what's legally required and all that. But yes, I look forward to that, and just bear with us, community, as we're cleaning up our act.
That 50% goal, it's on page 7 of your manual. It's a highly effective focus on improving student outcomes behavior of boards. It's a hard target to reach. And when you do get there, it will still leave you 50% of your time for monitoring guardrails, which is not about improving student outcomes, it's about honoring values, and all the other work that's legally required of you. So you will have time. And when as you're working towards the 50%, I taught middle school math. There's a numerator and a denominator. You can either increase the minutes you spend engaging on student outcomes in the numerator, or you can decrease the total number of public meeting minutes. Like, that's just basic. It's just a fraction. Our tool, in the same document, is the time tracker tool, and I've gone deep with Carol on it. And as the time tracking role rotates throughout the board, we'll have time to kind of train more people on how we do that. But I want to also be clear, there's certain things we exclude from the denominator. So your closed sessions are excluded from your time use denominator. Legally required public hearings are excluded from your time use denominator. Like, we don't want to encourage the board to not follow the law. So we're not going to, it's about the tracking of time, that behavior, the why we ask board members to do it, is to give you guys data about, well, how long did we spend on consent, or how long did we spend on this? So that if you want to make choices about changing how you use time, it's informed by data about how did you use time in the past.
So I have just a point of clarification, since we had some requests tonight. during the meeting, we had some specific requests for future items. And that was on a speaker being allowed to speak at a school, the use of space for some employees, a report on Tier 1, 2, and 3 responsibilities, and then an update on, a future update on a field. So my interpretation would be that those could be provided to the board potentially like in just a communication, a written report, or doesn't necessarily need to come in the form of a agenda item in a board meeting.
So what's hard about as agenda requests come up in the place you're at right now is if I don't know where I'm going, does it matter if I turn left or right? It just doesn't matter if I don't know where I'm going. You don't have yet adopted goals and guardrails. And since you don't have adopted goals and guardrails, you don't have a way of knowing, well, is this request aligned to the goals and the guardrails? Therefore, is it aligned to board work? And so absent that, you're in this kind of no person's land where you're navigating as best as you can in this kind of time period. And so our coaching is nuanced in that time. It would be things like, yeah, whatever you can share with the board, don't wait for a board meeting, give them the information if you can. And that doesn't mean don't give it to the public. Pretty much everything you give to the board is publicly accessible, or if requested would be anyway, unless it's closed session material. So you don't need to wait. You might find that you need a different place that's not board docs to post. So there's that transparent. If it's not in a board meeting, that it still has a place where it's transparent to the public. You might decide to not only have a tool. You have the consent agenda tool. Some boards have a similar tool. They sometimes call it a consent agenda or a receipt agenda. It's just these are all the items the board is in receipt of. There's no action taken. It's just because their community is trained to look at their board meetings to find documents and things like that, that some boards say, okay, the consent agenda are all those things that we have to take action on, right? So you see all those MOUs and contracts and things like that, and those are all public documents. But then there can be another item that has, since the last board meeting, here are all the reports and the things that the superintendent has made available to the board, just other requests for information, and we're just, everyone gets access to it. So there's different ways to solve the transparency issue than just always at a board meeting, or in a way that the board meeting takes longer. Usually what the chair will say when you get to that item is just simply the board is in receipt of items 10.1 to 10.7 or whatever it is, and just making a acknowledge of it. Joy?
Excuse me. So this right here, in the name of transparency, are we able to have this live in public space? Is it?
Yeah, it definitely is
available?
already. It's on effectiveschoolboards.com, and it can be. Oh, yeah. I sent the tiny URL to staff. It's okay. A very shareable Google Doc.
Do we have someplace on our website where we can house just at least something that something clickable that takes you to Effective School Boards?
I can send the tiny URL over. It's
Okay,
easy.
as long as we have permission to share. I think we've posted our timeline, right, Eva? Yeah, the implementation timeline's posted now on the website, and we can post the little tiny URL with that too.
That way
That'd be
people
great.
can kind of see what's going on.
Definitely solve the website issue, but not now. You can do it later. But yeah, pretty much all of our, just like on effectiveschoolboards.com, all the materials, a lot of the Google Docs and the manual itself, it's all freely available. We're glad when boards want to take it up and just try and run with it. We did some research a while back, it just got clear that boards didn't make much progress without coaching and support. But you're welcome to, share all the things. It's all public.
And any of our community members that want to participate in our 2-day seminar,
Talk to Eva.
Yes, talk to Eva, and this is definitely handed out at that 2-day seminar. You don't go through it, page by page, but you touch on some of, some of the items in there. And we were told, at the end of our 2-day workshop, we've only touched the surface. So yeah.
Yeah, the workshop is really designed around getting deep in a few key mindsets, and then we kind of sprinkle in some knowledge and skills. Tonight we're talking about agenda. This is definitely like a knowledge and skill level conversation, but you can feel the mindset piece of the work coming in, because at the end of the day, this is about focus. This is about honoring my word with my community, right? What am I allowing my community to expect? What expectations am I allowing my community to have about how board meetings are going to be run and what's going to be on the agenda? And then when it gets hard, am I going to hold to it, or am I not? So but yes, come Friday and Saturday, and then we have plans to do more of them. So we talked about how board work is selecting and monitoring goals, selecting and monitoring guardrails, and that which is legally required of the board. Not that is legally required of the district. There may be all sorts of legal requirements of the district that doesn't require the board's approval or all sorts of stuff. That's not, it's legally required of the board is board work. So transitioning now, superintendent evaluation. And I know it kind of came up tonight, and it's interesting that it did. So I want to be really careful. We, as a whole team here, cannot and shall not talk about actual superintendent performance here in public session. That you talk about in closed session. We're talking here about process and about what our coaching is. What's our lens on superintendent evaluation? You all then later on, we're going to need to discuss how you want to take up the coaching or not, or to what degree or over what time period, okay? And we can discuss that. So the board sets the prioritized student outcome goals. They say, this is the mountain we want to climb for student outcomes. And along the way, these are the values we want to protect. That's the board's expertise. That's the board's work. The superintendent's job is to get us up the mountain, and along the way, honor those values along the way. So the analogy I like to say is like climbing this mountain, say, pick a student outcome. Who's got a student outcome they care deeply about? Reading. We want to climb this reading mountain. There could be 25 trails up that mountain, okay? You were not elected to be an expert in how to teach all the children reading and which trails to take to get up to that mountain. But you definitely hired your superintendent to get you up that mountain. So the superintendent picks the trail. You picked the mountain. The superintendent picks the trail. And part of your evaluation is, well, did we get up to the top of the mountain? The other part where the values come in, and the analogy I use is the bald eagle, right? Well, trail 24 goes by the bald eagle nest. And in our community, we protect endangered species. And so that would not, we can't take that trail. We don't want to disturb the bald eagle. And so that trail is off limits. And we do that through the tool of the guardrail. So part of your evaluation is how well are we accomplishing the goals while honoring the guardrails. And so just like we said agendas are for board work, in our coaching, superintendent evaluation is synonymous with school system performance. Superintendent evaluation, and there were questions tonight about like, well, how do we know if she, satisfactory or exceeds expectations or, ours is, in our coaching, there's no such thing as, oh, the superintendent is so nice, everybody likes this person, they get along so well with everybody, but we're not making progress on our student outcome goals, and we have some major issues honoring our values. Like, that doesn't exist. Like, we don't, in that case, like, we try and take the subjectivity out of the superintendent evaluation process. Similarly, we don't, in our coaching, it's not like, oh, I can't stand that superintendent, nobody gets along, I don't like how they do this or that and that, but the student outcome goals are up and up and up, and the data from the the interim guardrails, that are monitoring the progress of the interim guardrails are showing, yeah, we're honoring the guardrails that we said matter the most. So just want to be clear on both ways. We're trying to bring data to the conversation of superintendent evaluation and align how you think about where you want to, what you want to evaluate the superintendent on as much as possible or entirely on accomplishing the goals while honoring the guardrails. One more note, and I'm going to ask for questions, and you can ask questions about agendas or superintendent evaluation if you had another agenda question. Once you've adopted goals and guardrails, another tool you'll adopt is a monitoring calendar. And a monitoring calendar in our coaching lasts as many years as the goals and the guardrails last. And the monitoring calendar will tell everybody, this is when we're going to talk about goal 1, interim goal 1.2, or whatever it is. And you're going to know in April of 2028, what are you monitoring at that month's board meeting, okay? And I say that to say is, and we'll get into more coaching about how do we effectively monitor and what do we do at the end of a monitoring conversation. But for now, what you need to know is that every single monthly monitoring conversation will give you insight into how the superintendent is performing against accomplishing the goals or honoring a guardrail. You will be having many superintendent evaluation conversations. Let me preface it this way. If and when you choose to evaluate your superintendent on accomplishing the goals and honoring the guardrails, then the monthly monitoring conversations become mini superintendent evaluation conversations. They're giving you're getting information about how well is the superintendent performing on this goal or this guardrail, and the superintendent is getting information based on whether or not the board is accepting that report that night or not. So there's not just the traditional evaluation system is usually like a once a year kind of process, and I don't know, we're more of a continuous improvement process in terms of the coaching. So that's what I wanted to add in. So now I'll pause again for questions about superintendent evaluation or back on agenda.
So right now, we're not seeing the screen, Silvestre. But any questions? Right now, I don't think we have anything that we need to look at, but any questions on agendas or evaluation?
I can point us one place on the page.
Is there something specific you want to see?
On page 8. Oh, you can't see it? Okay. Well, in case the community can see it, I'm gonna see if I can pull back. Yeah. Once we get it back on page 8, align resources. Again, this is an emerging focus on improving student outcomes behavior. The superintendent evaluation instrument only includes sections regarding the board's goals and guardrails and interim goals and guardrails. The board considers superintendent evaluation to be identical to school system evaluation. So again, this conversation is in direct alignment with accomplishing the framework and also with your implementation timeline. And again, the other thing I wanted to share was that our coaching is also, we don't encourage gotcha monitoring and we do not encourage gotcha evaluation. So whatever you want to evaluate your superintendent on, decide the criteria now or whenever, as soon as possible, and then set whatever the time frame is, and then you evaluate later. You don't get to the evaluation and say, well, what did we want you to accomplish, this year?
So with our current model, we came up with strategic goals. It was actually it was worked on with our superintendent, with our cabinet, with our community, teachers. I mean, everyone kind of had a hand in it. And then it, came to the board so that we can put our hands in it, and then we adopted it. And that was what we kind of based our evaluation on. So once we have our listening engagements with our community and we come up with our new guardrails and goals, so then that will be like our new standard of what we're going to be.
Yeah, and in that transition, you may find that if those goals and guardrails don't kick in for a moment once you get them, or if there's no budget yet aligned to them, you might not be holding the superintendent accountable for even longer after that. You might still be living in the current system for now. But I think it was, I can't remember exactly, I think earlier tonight, Trustee Medina raised a question about, well, wait, how does the public engage with the superintendent evaluation process? And the main way is engaging through the listening campaign that you all need to conduct to help you set the goals and the guardrails. In our coaching, the goals and the guardrails become the job description for the superintendent. We're hiring you to accomplish these goals and honor these values, and then everything else that's legally required of the district. And so you absolutely don't want to set any goals or any guardrails without having a comprehensive understanding of what is your community telling you students need to know and be able to do, and what values need to be prioritized now over the next few years, because they're the values that are most in need of protection right now. All right, so we checked in on agenda, we checked in on superintendent evaluation. You probably have other places and spaces to keep this conversation going. We can, in smaller groups, we can talk about at the implementation team meeting, the agenda setting meeting, might need to talk about different parts. When you're if you need to go into closed session at a future agenda, right around superintendent evaluation. So you have, this isn't over, but just to name that you will all have more on all of this. And as you're going through that work, if you need help, let us know. And if you have questions, let us know. Oh, that's the other thing about agendas. Do your superintendent and their staff a favor. Ask your questions to them ahead of time. As soon as you get an agenda, ask your questions. Ask your questions. Don't wait. You can still ask them again in public. You can still ask them again in public. Not saying you can't. Ask as many questions. If you've got questions, ask them. We're not against questions. Ask them. If you're looking for, well, should I ask this question or not? Be honest with yourself. Will the answer to this question change how I vote? No matter what the answer is, am I going to change my vote, or do I already kind of know how I'm going to vote? If it's just about getting something public or transparent, let the superintendent know. Hey, I have these questions really because I just think this should be a part of the transparency aspect. And again, your superintendent can figure out, okay, how do I make this more transparent and get more stuff out there? And that's their work to do, particularly on items that are only on your agenda because, they're legally required of you. But no matter whatever the questions are, the more you ask them ahead of time, the more likely you are to get a thoughtful answer that they've been able to work on and prepare. And now and that's the benefit. You get that thoughtful answer. The cost is, the more questions we all ask, well, they spend a lot of time answering questions, and they're not driving towards whatever the student outcomes work is. But that's a balance, and you'll get there. That's a healthy tension you want to be in, and it gets easier once you have adopted goals and guardrails, because you'll know where you say your priorities are and where you'll have the most questions. So the last topic tonight, trying to keep it moving, because the hour is late, was to check in on the community listening campaign. So there was a draft. Well, actually, you tell me, where are we at with the community listening campaign?
Carol, I'll let you take the lead on that.
Joy and I have had some conversations about an additional question, and we kind of need some, I don't want to say help, but we need to. Help is fine. Okay, we need to express them and work on them.
Help is fine to say.
Okay, so.
That's why we have you, right, Greg?
That's why we have you here. I wrote some notes. Let me see if I can
Can you
find
tell us the questions that you have already?
Yes, question number 1. What should our students know and be able to do?
Okay.
I need help with the second one. Do you have it? Thank you.
What are your values? I think it was simply. What values are important to you? I believe that's what it was.
Is that it?
They ended up being very simple.
Yeah. Which is good.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It should be completely understandable.
I would think the last question, I would think the last question would have something to do with the guardrails, like what's our no-fly zone, so to speak? Like, what will we not, as a community, accept? Like, what do we want to not steer into? And what do we want to protect?
So we were talking about one that might be morphed into what you're talking about, but in my mind, as we only briefly discussed it, something about how do we serve our students? What supports do our students need? What supports do parents expect that the district will provide, or issues that they'll meet?
Okay, learning the microphone system. You can definitely ask whatever questions you think will help you understand the community's vision and the community's values. One thing we do see, it comes up regularly, and I'm glad you brought it up, Trustee Navarro, just this idea of we've seen boards ask the questions that try and say, like, what should the goal be, or what should the guardrail be? And we'll offer, like, that's your work. That's your work. And it can be a little tricky. It just syntactically, grammatically, to expect community to be able to answer, in that, well, this is how I would frame the guardrail, or this is how I would frame the goal. So what you really want is, you want to hear, like, what's the vision and what are the values we want to protect. And you might be able, I can imagine getting at it with that idea of, when, tell us an example of a time you felt the district violated a value or something like that. I don't know.
Sorry. I was thinking more along the lines of, like, which programs are absolute don't touch? Like, what are the things that we, like, what does our community think are, like, the priorities of the things that we have to, make sure that we put the resources into first?
You definitely can. And yes, absolutely, the goals and the guardrails our coaching is, those do become the top priority for resources. But I don't know if you want to limit your community to, like, what already is. Like, the question sounds like, well, of the things we're already investing in, like, which one should we keep? I mean, if you really open up, it's a different level of questioning to say, what do you want your kids to know and be able to do, and what values must we protect on the way? It allows for, you to set goals and guardrails that might move this district in a place that isn't already, that includes things that aren't it right now, might rise to the top. So I wouldn't narrow the questions based on trying to preserve any current aspect of the system. You will still end up preserving plenty of the system.
Yeah. Misty, can you turn your, I didn't realize I was on. Excuse me. So, Trustee Navarro, we had a meeting where we formulated these meetings. I'm glad you're here now to kind of give some feedback. We did not want to lead with any questions, because we wanted people from every corner of the district to be able to speak honestly what their vision is for the school district and what they value, and really listen to all that. So were you able to find the, okay. So we can tell you what we exactly have right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was
No need to apologize. We got the three of us.
I wish I would have been there. But my concern is, like, using language like values and goals and guardrails might be a little 10,000 foot. And
yeah, so definitely. So coaching is not to use the language of goals and guardrails. If you've got, vision and values, what do you want your students to know, be able to do? Sometimes boards get at these questions of, like, what's something you think the district needs to keep doing, stop doing, continue doing. Another one that I see boards ask, and again, you do what you want. Truly, I am not trying to tell you what what questions to ask. You know better than me what questions will elicit in your community. But you also want to what I wanted to share was what you're gonna get from all this. So you're gonna get like hopefully thousands of survey responses, right? Lots of them, and you'll need to read a lot of responses. And then we can either, you can do it or we can help you do it, create kind of a frequency analysis, like what themes were coming up the most. and even a word cloud, sure, yeah. And so you have some understanding of what's rising to the top. But when you go to set those goals, you also need to know, ideally, like, how are you going to measure progress? And so you can rely on your superintendent and staff, particularly around academic measurements, but your community might also have thoughts on assessment. And so that might be something I see boards asking about. Like, hey, what do you want your kids to know and be able to do? And how do you know, or how would you assess it, or, you know, that kind of thing. What metrics would you use? Are you wanting to read what you all have so far? Okay, so you're working on finalizing the list of questions, which was definitely
Our script, yeah. We need to finalize our script so we can start our listening sessions.
So it was one of these, but I'm not sure which one. Oh, thank you. So the second group, which is more the values, the question that floated up to the top in our discussion when we were in our boardroom, what values do you feel are the most important for our schools? So I think that's the second question. Then there's a lot of others, but we had kind of pushed those down, and those are the two questions that floated up.
Yes, because what is your coaching as far as how many questions we should have?
You probably need at least 2 and no more than 5.
I guess my only concern is getting a blank stare when you say, what are the values? I'm just wondering if there's more specific
A better way to get at it without
language.
saying we want your values.
Yeah, what, you know.
Yeah.
Well, this is also to
Use the word
engage-
important.
Yeah, sorry. It's to engage in a conversation. I mean, that's what these listening, I mean, we have the script and we're going to have them break out into groups and, you know, but then when we're going to ask them, so we're going to have our listening engagement in person. And then we're going to ask them to also fill out the survey. So I think when we get to that point at the end, and we're going to have, you know, Chromebooks there for them to hopefully, you know, do it right away, we'll be able to then see like themes coming forward. Like what are we hearing a lot of from our community to kind of gauge those values and guardrails?
I'm just thinking I've done these kind of surveys before, and sometimes they need a little prompting to understand like what, like
My
what does that
understanding
mean?
is that's what the script is for.
If you can use the script to do that, you know, you can rattle off sample values as examples or things like that. It's tricky, like you want the survey tool, since you're planning on using one, you want that to be a standalone tool, you know, that if I didn't show up to a live event, I can still do the survey. And so you might have some preamble at the top of it. And I just want to be cautious about in that preamble, if you're putting, you know, example values and they're written right there, that might feel to some like you're putting your thumb on the scale a little bit. So I want to just caution there. I think this is a tension that you're raising. This like we want to elicit values, but we don't want to like give them a multiple choice. You know, these are the only ones you can choose from. And if we just ask for values, that might not be clear enough to get the feedback we need. So yeah, so I've heard boards, as I said, what do we need to keep doing? What do we need to stop doing? What do we need to continue doing? What's most important to you about the district? Might be a way of getting at it. I can't say for sure. Like I said, you all will have to.
The thing that's coming to mind for me, I can't believe at 10:30 at night, is, as you said, a preamble is kind of like starting like, everyone has a vision for their student. Tell us what yours is.
Mm-hmm.
And by answering these questions. And I feel like that kind of doesn't give an overt answer or an overt example that, as you say, might tip the scales, because that's what I don't want to do. I want to make sure that people are, because we have so many varying experiences and ideas of, you know, for the most part, everybody wants their kid to succeed.
There's usually
that'll be
people
the,
dream big on behalf of their babies.
Yeah. But how they express that is going to be different, and I want it all.
Yeah, you definitely want it all, and it's usually on the value side where you feel more of the diversity of the community. Yep.
Can I ask the community member in the audience his thoughts?
Yeah, you can take public comment on this item.
I thought what you said was very...
Microphone.
Thank you both for staying.
How much do I get in the stipend? No. Lunch. There's no such thing as a free lunch. What I think the way you framed it first, as far as values goes, would make the most sense to me. So saying does your kid need to learn and be able to do makes sense as the first question, and then as we do that, what values do you like? As we get your kid to that, what do you want to make sure we do or not do, or what values do you want honored as we do that so that focuses on the getting to the goal, what's okay, what's not okay. I thought that was an important part that I think really would help me. And I have a question that's been coming to my mind. These days, there's a lot of, let's call it division of values in communities. Yeah. And I keep thinking, like, what if I lived in a completely different community that had very different values from mine? Or what if there's a very strong split in this community?
Yeah.
I'm sure there is, in fact, like these days, every community is like that. So what if there are some people who value security and obedience, and other people who value tolerance and openness, and those people can't live with the other.
It's a great question. The good news is at this stage, the work of the board is just to hear it all. Just actually get some data on like who are we and what's coming out in our community and what's rising to the top. And you know, part of what we coach is that, you know, go out and you need to hear from a representative sample of the community. You're not literally going to hear from every single resident of the school district, you know, or every single owner of the school system, a taxpayer, a resident, a business owner. But you do need to make sure you're hearing from a representative sample. And that's on you to decide. That's one of the questions that we will ask you when we get to the Goals and Guardrails workshop is, do you feel like you've done enough listening? Shall we even proceed with moving forward with with drafting goals and guardrails? And if you're not yet there, we'll pause and you'll need to go back out and do more.
Another question I have is, clearly in these forums, there are some very loud voices and other ones that aren't quite so loud. And how do we get, you know, people who are maybe a little quieter, more soft-spoken, and not too...
Yeah, I mean, boards do this lots of different ways. They schedule a diversity of events, different times, different places, different spaces, right? So lots of that, digital options, virtual options, don't even attend a thing, just do the survey, translation, all sorts of boards try and make it as accessible as possible in lots of different ways. So you'll decide what that threshold is for you all. Again, but absolutely our coaching is make it as accessible as you can so you can rest assured you're getting a representative sample. And then, we will, our coaching is, if one person shows up at 10 events and does the survey 10 times, you know, you can take that into account, that's one person.
Actually, the second question we had put in was a little bit different than the one I read. I found what we had been working on, and it is, let's see, logistics. Shoot, I'm sorry. Present the questions. Okay, question one we already talked about. What should students know and be able to do when they graduate or by the time they graduate? And then second, what are your priorities for the students in this district? I think that was where we had left it before. Would anybody mind if Jessica and I did the draft script just so people can hear how it sounds? And do you mind doing that? I'll be A, you'll be B? Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much for being here today. Your presence shows how much our community cares about our students' success, and we're truly grateful for your time. My name is Carol Turley. I'm your Area 2 trustee of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. I'm excited to be facilitating our conversation today alongside my colleague, Jessica. Sorry. My name is, alongside my colleague, Trustee Flynn is in the back and able to help people with filling out surveys and how to use a QR code. And I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Carrasco.
Our purpose this morning is to gather your insights and perspectives to help us form student-centered goals and establish guardrails for our district's direction. We believe that the best decisions about our students' education happen when we listen to the voices of those who know and care about them most, and that includes all of you. Your input today will directly inform how we shape our educational priorities and ensure every decision we make puts our students at the center. This isn't just about gathering opinions, it's about building a shared vision together.
And then, oh, what did I do? Shoot, where'd it go? Okay. Before we dive into our main discussion, let me share how today will work and take care of a few housekeeping items. So if we were in a large group, it would go something like, in just a moment, we'll be breaking into smaller groups of 7 people. This will give everyone more opportunity to share their thoughts and ensure every voice is heard. You'll find colored cards at your tables that will tell you which breakout room to go to. Discussion protocols. In your small groups, or if we just had a small group, in the group will, in your small group, we ask that you speak one at a time so everyone can be heard. Listen with curiosity and respect. Share the airtime. Make sure everyone has a chance to contribute. Stay focused on our guiding question. Practical information, meeting format for the smaller group, we already did that. And then back to you for some practical information.
Okay, so some practical information is restrooms are located in the hall to the right. We have coffee and refreshments available by the door. And for those of you who brought children, childcare is set up in room 105 with, I don't know, I'm just going to make this up, with Brenda. Some of us have little gestures that might be misinterpreted. For example, Trustee Turley will often nod while listening, not to indicate that she agrees, but that she acknowledges and understanding what you are saying.
So you would insert into that anything that was pertinent to the 2 people who are actually participating.
If you need anything at all, please find me or any of our school team members. And then I'm going to pass it on to Trustee Turley.
Thank you. Now for the heart of our conversation. We have 2 essential questions for your group discussions. What should students know how to be able to do by the time they graduate? What are your priorities for the students in the district? Think broadly about this. We're not just talking about academic subjects, though those matter, of course. Consider things like life skills they'll need, character traits that will serve them well, ways of thinking and problem solving, how they should be able to interact with others and their community. You have 15 minutes for your group discussions. Remember, there are no wrong answers. We want to hear your authentic perspectives about what success looks like for your students. Please head to your breakout location, or if we're just one small group, then we just start. We have 15 minutes. Remember, there are no wrong answers. Please head. And then after we've done that conversation, and to answer the question, if we have some people who are dominating the conversation, we as facilitators have to take on the responsibility of saying, I appreciate what you're saying, but I want to make sure that we're hearing from the folks over here, because I haven't heard any comments coming from them. And that's, for me, that's a big responsibility for us to make sure we're reaching out and making sure everybody has an opportunity to say something. And then after we've had our conversations, a little bit of wrap up, and that goes to you, starting right there.
Thank you so much for those rich discussions and insights. I'm hearing some powerful themes emerging about literacy, safety, and transparency, and I'm making these up. Your voices and perspectives are invaluable to us, and this is just the beginning of our conversation, not the end. Some next steps, we have 2 important ways for you to continue contributing. First, there's your QR code survey displayed by the door and in the handout that I have here that will take just 2 to 3 minutes. Please scan it with your phone before you leave today. Second, for those who prefer, we have paper surveys available at the back of the room, or you can complete the survey online later at and then website. Your continued input will help us refine these ideas into concrete goals and action steps. And then for closing, thank you again for your time, your thoughtfulness, and your commitment to our students. The energy and care in this room gives me so much hope for what we can accomplish together. Please don't hesitate to reach out to use with additional thoughts. We'll be sharing updates on how your input shapes our next steps. Have a wonderful rest of your evening.
And I included some notes for facilitators. Keeping the energy positive, appreciative, thoughtful. Use people's names when possible. Move with purpose, but don't rush. Have backup plans if technology fails. Designate staff to circulate during small groups. Time each section and adjust as needed.
Did you say you're still working on the third question? You have 2?
We were kind of playing around with a possible one.
And hoping we could get to that today.
Yeah. There are 2, did you want to say anything? No. Okay.
We're now at 10:45, so, but I do think this is important. And the third question, I know that it pertains to the survey that we received. And, one of the more glaring, problems that we saw come from that survey. And so, yeah, I think we should probably try to get to the bottom of this question.
Right. So from a recent survey, what we heard was people don't feel safe on our campuses. That's students and faculty. And students said they don't feel connected to their campus, they don't feel connected to anybody at their campus. So without asking the question of, do you feel safe at your campus? Or do you think we need more mental health because you said you weren't connected? We don't want to lead with that, but we want to give space for a myriad of answers that might relate to why they don't feel safe or connected.
Sorry, I was just going to add just a quick clarifying. The board already has some data about what the community What you think might the community, what you might think the community's values might be?
The Youth Truth Survey.
Yeah.
Got it. You can absolutely include that data set in your thinking already. Like when we get, you can bring that data into the, you're going to bring your full knowledge and understanding to the goal setting process. At minimum, you're going to bring what you learn in this community listening and a comprehensive student needs analysis. But if you also want to bring this other survey in, absolutely you can.
I think what was more concerning for us was, in that survey, it was elementary, middle, and high school across the board. Like the one that we saw had the highest rating was saying, because the way they present, the survey is humongous. I mean, it would take hours to look at all the pages. So the district was nice and kind of took like, these are the ones we felt that we can, where we're doing good, and here's where we can improve. And so one of the ones under where we could improve is the question asked, I feel connected at my site. And it was like 1 through 5, and we got a lot of 1s. And so us as trustees are just wondering, like, okay, well, what can we do what would you like to see happen to improve that? And I know our district's already working on things, tangible things, but us as trustees, we're just curious, what is it? And so that's why we wanted to have this question to see maybe if we can get some answers that way. What can the district provide to help you feel more connected?
Are we going to do a different set of questions with students?
No, all the same questions regardless of who is in our community.
That would skew the data. We want it to be the same questions, but from different experiences and perspectives. But they can identify that they're students, so that way we can separate out what type of community member they are.
Right, there should be a demographic section that's what grade level are you? What school do you go to? Are you a student? Yeah. Are you a parent or caregiver?
To me, it would be more community member, student, community member, staff, parent, student, very vague, but I don't think we need to get a first grader or 12th grader.
Right. But I'd kind of like to get at, are the issues that we're hearing predominantly elementary, middle school, or high school? So maybe just knowing, yeah. So maybe knowing that.
Is that getting too into it?
What can happen is, I guess what's coming up for me is, so that one set of data is saying many of our students are not feeling connected, right? That's what I might be misstating what's in that data, but the next question is, and I'm not saying that's not important, because that does sound, off the top of my head, that sounds like something that's pretty important. But also, students might be like, but I'm good. I'm connected on my soccer club. I'm connected over here. Like, fine. So just because it's in that data, it may not rise to being the priority. So I wouldn't use this survey to get too deep at that. I think you want to land on more open-ended generic questions, but then you can definitely follow up with, and how would we know? Like, how would I know if I'm honoring that, or protecting that, or prioritizing that, or a lot of the verbs that you all were using. So you could, because that's what you want. That you want to what could we do, or how would I know if we were successful? You're not asking your community. Back to the mountain climbing metaphor, you're not asking them which trail to take. You're asking them which trail not to take, right? Which is the one that we definitely is off limits, but you're not asking for them, that's not their area of expertise either. You're not asking them which hiking boots should we buy and which SPF sunscreen do we need. Like all those things, like that's your superintendent and their staff's expertise. how we're going to climb the mountain. Your community is expert in which mountains do we need to climb and which trails are off limits. And you represent that. So that becomes your expertise.
Well, I know we've gone over on our time. Do we have any final questions before? Well, I know, but Greg, what?
Well, do you have final next steps? Do you want to make some agreements, like 2 of us or 3 of us are going to go off and we have permission to do this and that and get this thing going?
Yeah, we need to finalize the script. Yeah.
I think the script is really good. I think the only 2 things that I would add is at the very beginning, when you're doing kind of an introductory, there's a part that you say, I'd need to hear it, like it's the why we're here, the what we're trying to do. But I felt like the word values and maybe even vision needed to be in there because that's what we're trying to get out. And then at the end, when you close and you say, if you have questions, please, a call to action would be, please invite other people in the community to join the survey or come to a town hall and express their, we want as much participation as we can. That would be the only thing. Outside of that, I think it's amazing and we should just adopt it.
Yes, and then also,
if I can do that right now, 'cause I don't know if it's a item.
The 3 of us have already been given authority to do that. But also, we need to finalize the survey because we don't want to start the listening until we have the survey ready. So in addition to the script, we need to come up with a simple Google, survey where a simple demographic question and then so we need to, that's I think our next step is we really need to.
If, with your permission, I can do a sample survey with the things that I've heard, your questions, just the 3. Or the two, but I think I had heard a little bit of an open-ended there, like, is there anything else?
I'd really like to hammer out that 3rd question.
Okay.
So make time to do that.
If we get something, and then I could put in some, demographics or.
So one of the things that I heard from our training was that we decide who community is. For me, that's first students, their families, our staff, the people who live within the footprint of our district and other. Please.
Community partners.
Come from Santa Cruz.
And they support our students and our families.
Just to clarify what Trustee Turley said about you deciding who community is, you prove who community is by who you choose to listen to, right? By the energy and effort you put into going out and hearing from them, that becomes who community is.
Okay, and I think that's a great idea for you to kind of see what we've done so far with the script, come up with the survey, and then that way we're not starting from scratch. We could then look at it and then make the adjustments that we need.
I can create the survey, I can send it to you, and then you can give feedback and say, yeah, that looks good, no, adjust this or that, and then we can do that through email or a Google Doc or whatever. And then hopefully we can get it and have it ready, QR coded. I think when I've talked with staff, the best thing that seems, that will give us the best feedback, the best sortability, all the things is probably a Google form. Yeah, that's what seems.
That was my question.
Yeah, when we discussed a lot of different options and everyone landed on a Google survey. And then we did create from our internal meetings, sign up, a whole new spreadsheet that's a little bit easier to follow with times, dates, the type of meeting, all the schools included, everywhere you could go, so you can begin that process. And then Eva, did you book the town hall? Okay. Yeah, I know, it was a lot big. So we'll get that done tomorrow? And we can delegate that? Yeah, yes, she's doing a lot, but we can delegate it out so that tomorrow we'll have that reserved. And what I asked Eva to do is just find 3 dates, one at the Aptos PAC, one at PMS at the, yeah, at the gym there, and then one at the Mello Center. And we'll just do the dates and times. I asked Eva to just book Aptos PAC an evening, the Mello Center an evening, and the PMS gym, and just get it on there with the hopes that any 2 or 3, it would work, because what we've learned is it doesn't necessarily have to be your trustee area. So hopefully those dates would work. We can look at that, yeah. Yeah, and if we don't get, and you could just sign up, and then we'll just see, that way we at least have October dates in there.
Right, that process of board members signing up is where you figure out, are we really going to go out and do it or not?
We're gonna. Okay. Any
Might
final?
just be us women, but.
How are we going to get to the last question?
What's the draft right now? What is it?
Well, we've bounced around a lot. I think we had ideas and not something that was really,
Is it a question that gets at the vision of the community or the values?
it should be guardrails, so that's more vision, right?
Values.
Oh, okay, right, all right, values. I got a whole bunch of things. A question about how to serve our students. What supports do our students need? So we want our students to reach these goals, but what do they need to be able to get there? And maybe that gets to your mountain climbing, but parents or students can tell us, I need a place where I feel safe.
Yeah, I think that's not an unreasonable question whatsoever. You know, what do you need to feel supported? Or I can't remember already exactly what you shared. It'll be in your interpretation later about like, well, what value is underneath whatever it is, maybe. If they're not so tip of the tongue, you know, what I need is safety, you know, that would be clearly a value. But if they were more practical in their response, you might need to do a little more work to see, well, what's underneath that?
So it's sounding like, what supports do our students need to be successful?
Put your mic.
What supports would you like our district to provide in order for our students to achieve, you know, these goals? So,
What do you feel our students need to yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Read all 3, please.
What should students know and be able to do by the time they graduate? What are your priorities for the students in this district? What supports do you think our students need to be successful?
Five years from now, when you do it again, you'll come up with different questions. It'll be fine.
yes, because we're going to have these ones down.
Did we leave anything out, Bill?
He'll have more questions after the 2-day. Yes, yes. Okay, so does that conclude our effective school boards workshop? Okay, I will now remind everyone that our next regularly scheduled board meeting will be on October 22nd. Location is to be determined at this time, and I will now adjourn this meeting at 11:02.